methodology developed by IATA in its Airport Development Reference Manual, ADRM, the assessment of terminal capacity incorporates current and projected passengers flows during peak hours, PHP, with the required level of service, LOS, as constant parameter. This approach facilitates the estimation of terminal dimensions, considering both surface area, in bracket meter squared, and required equipment, e.g. check-in counters, baggage claim units, etc. By comparing these requirements with the existing surface and equipment, the assessment provides insight into congestion levels with various terminal building systems and components. So they've given us some figure there, but as I conclude, I want to read this last part that says, where is it? After this, there's so much. They say, the results of capacity demand analysis are illustrated. Of course, there's a figure. This analysis involves comparisons between the equipment required to meet the forecasted traffic demand based on an optimum level of service and the existing equipment available in both terminals. It is important to highlight that the depicted equipment in the below figure, of course, you guys can't see that figure, so just imagine that figure. It is important to highlight that the depicted equipment in the below figure represents the combined available equipment for all terminals and has been approximated through site visits and discussions with stakeholders. So, according to this dimension, or rather diagram that graph that they've given us, they claim that in 2019, the total traffic, of course, in terms of hundreds of thousands, is it hundreds of thousands or millions? Hundreds of thousands. The total traffic impacts in 2019 was 8.3. In 2025, it will rise to 9.4. In 2030, it will rise to 12.0. Those are projections. In 2055, which I don't know if God allows me to be alive, it will be 31.0. That is total traffic impacts. International traffic impacts. Guy, I hope hizi mafigures nasoma mnaelewa ama najiongelesha hapa where you document, you just have to read it keenly to understand it. So, of course, there is departing passengers flow, arriving passengers flows, and there is percentages over here, and then there is this year from 2019 to 2025 to 2055, which I've been trying to analyze these figures. I think it's more of selling a dream that is not there. That is why in the last space that I attended, niliwauliza, have you guys read the document? Does the document make sense to you? But oh well, ladies and gentlemen, it is 18 minutes past top of the hour. 2000 hours, that's 8 p.m. East African time. My name is Ayo the 6th, and the host is Keoti Sonko, and welcome my co-host Binti Africa and Wanyama. Glad to see you. Sorry I was unable to attend your previous spaces. It's been a long day for me, but here we are. In fact, I had to get some rest and sleep perfectly well. Ndio nikiingia space na nilisikia mnachapa 24 hours. Niingie kama niko determined na najua naenda kukesha on a Friday night co-hosting. But here we are. If you have read the document, please tell me what you understood from the document. If you haven't read the document, you can ask so that I can send it to you via email, not on WhatsApp. I can only send it via email. But there's so much to unpack from this document. More so, muso on the finer details huko ndani ndani. Ukianza huko juu, there's nothing much to get, probably wanawapaka mafuta, but huku ndani ndio there's a lot about this document. But hey, good evening. How are you guys doing? Talk to me. My amazing co-host, talk to me. How are you doing this evening? Sorry, I know you've talked the sijui kama umekunywa maji? Kama huja kunywa maji niambie nikutumie kitu kwa M-Pesa, utafute nayo maji hapo kwa nini haraka haraka. Jugwe, we have a long night ahead of us, and we are going to hear a lot from people, both conspiracy theories and unconspiracy. What's the opposite of conspiracy? Whatever, non-conspiracy theories. We are going to hear all those theories here. And I love listening to people speak. And that's where I'm going to yield my mic to my next co-host and my other co-host. Yeah, good evening or good morning or good afternoon from wherever you are. Binti Africa, how are you doing? Talk to us. How was your day?
Me, I'm hungry. I bought my officer. I'm so I'm so hungry. So if you hear me eating on the mic, just allow it. But I'm offended. That's all I can say. I wanna first of all, not even me. I wanna give all the flowers to Wanyama for holding that space down for a whole. How long was it? Like 13 hours. So I wanna give my flowers to him first, and KOT for assisting with the co-hosting. But yeah, let's go. Let's talk about this thing. And if you know like a lot of detail about this document, please don't be scared to come on the mic. Tell us what you found. Facts or fiction, we'll hear it all. And let's talk about this. And let's keep hosting, please. Let's keep tweeting hashtag stop Adani. Let's keep the hashtag trending all the way. Yes, thank you, Ayo.
Thank you so much, Binti. Number ni ile ile ya M-Pesa.
Of course, you know that.
Very
Of
nice.
course.
Very nice. Good evening, Mr. Wanyama. How are you doing today? I know you've hosted at 13 hours. Is it 13 or 15 hours space? Najua saizi mechoka, man. But, oh well, we are here now. Just say hi to us, set precedence, then I pass over the baton to the next list of speakers as we expect more speakers and more listeners and the experts. So I understand all of us are experts, but oh well. There's kuna venye one rank, nyinyi ma experts, nyinyi wale wase. So Wanyama, talk to us. How are you doing today? How
I am tired, but see, patriotism does not need your pity and tiredness. Patriotism needs hard work. So hard work and smart work. Luckily, we were able to pass through the whole document, manze. You guys are the real G's. Tumepitia, tumesoma. Mtu asiwaambie anything ati hamjasoma, hamjaelewa hiyo deal. Ambie bana, Leno nini alisema kwa hiyo ngoma? Not no nini. Yani small sama nani? Actually ni small Slithon. Ndiye alikuwa anasema bana, na hiyo deal tunaelewa. Ni Isa Sizo. Ndiye alisema bana, hiyo deal tunaelewa. Mnauza airport kwa Dan bana, na hiyo deal tunaelewa kwa undani sana. Sahii tunaielewa. Hamwezi tudanganya. Tumepitia a whole 75 page document. Mpaka binti amewapitishia annex. Imagine, mpaka mnapitia annex. Yenyewe Kenyans, kudos to you people and salute for the effort. I don't think there is any other country that has done that, another history where people get into a space and wanachambua a public document like that. So kudos to all of you. Kudos to all of us. Let us own the honors. We've also made the Stop Adani hashtag trend, which was the intention from morning and the intention of doing a 24-hour space. So keep it up. Mimi sasa naenda kurest na conversation going. And as I always say, you're the reason why I do this.
Thank you so much. And you're such an amazing host. You know, you guys do an amazing job. Mimi nilisema nikisema tinta host nitakuwa nimewachocha ili niko host because I know myself. Hey, kuko host needs a lot of commitment. It needs a lot of sacrifice. It means you cancel all your calls, or it means you either have two phones, which I can't afford at the moment, and it means that nothing else moves. So, you guys, whenever you see these two human beings over here, KOT and Wanyama, give so much respect to them because asa wanakaa hapo 24/7, like they can't do anything else. Unajua za host unaweza shuka na urudi na space iendelee. Yeye akishuka ameshuka na nyinyi wote. So you guys need to really, really respect the sacrifice that these guys put in and the effort they put in, the work, man, and the research they do to make sure that they're factual. Because I'll tell you something, Sauti ya Mwananchi, unlike other spaces, we try and remain factual. Mimi mkiona nimepotea kwa space, jueni tu mimi na recharge mazee. Cause I've been avoiding these spaces for a moment, but I'm back like a vertebrate, back like I never left. And I'm ready to take you guys hadi kesho asubuhi. Mimi I don't care. Leo tunakunywa energy drinks na tunaongelea historia ya Adani. Tunaenda page by page. Binti na Wanyama walishafanya session yao. But sasa ni sisi tena. Now that Binti has gone through the document like 15 times, she might be able to also help us. Unajua sasa ni expert. Anaweza itwa pale KTN ama CNN. So tell us more about this document. Aanze kuchambua hapo kama professor. Oh my goodness. Good evening, Misiko Nyesh KE. Ladies and gentlemen, please request the microphones. Please retweet the space with Stop Adani. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi. Today it is SOTN, that is State of the Nation. And we are starting the online protests, version 2, at 26 minutes past top of the hour, 8 p.m. East African time. Let's take a moment and retweet this space on your timelines. Retweet, and use the hashtag Stop Adani. We have to keep this hashtag trending, and we have to make this moving. Yeah, so talk to us. Misiko, I want to open the floor with you. How are you doing? How offended are you this evening? Talk to us. Kunaendaje?
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank everyone for keeping this year. Ayo, Wanyama, Kioti, you guys are doing an amazing job. May God just bless you people, because whatever you people are doing, it's beyond human. Educating and putting knowledge to people is something that is very crucial. So may God bless you people so much. Today, I just want to say, let's stop Adani. We don't want Adani. We don't want Ruto, because he has failed this country. We don't want his governance. We want something different for this country, and let's keep it up. Sina maneno mengi. I'm very much offended. Nimechoka. What I'm just remaining with is to pray and to hope for the best of this country. Thank you. I'm here to listen. Let's keep it up.
Asante sana Misiko.
Hello, good
Nyesh,
evening once again.
hi, how are
Hello.
you?
Where I am fine. I'm from the previous space of Wanyama, and I'm glad that I've joined here because it's all about our country. First of all, let's use the hashtag to stop Adani. And the second thing, I'm thanking those who are joining the space. To pump out knowledge, to give out ideas on how we have to deal with these things and get what we want as a country. Because what I know, this is not good in the hearts, in the faces of 90% of Kenyans. The 10% are those goons, but 90% of Kenyans, they're not good at all. We are fighting for our asset, which is the JKIA. And mind you, doing research, I'm reading a lot of things. We are here about Adani, and let me tell you, Adani has signed and the president have approved power transmission infrastructure proposal from power distribution company, Adani Energy Solutions. leave alone um, the Adani groups about the airport. This man has also gone further for the energy transmission, whereby the project aims to construct a 371-kilometer of transmission lines and 5 substations in eastern and western Kenya as part of a public-private partnership with Adani Energy. The move, they're going forward to tell us the move is part of Kenya's broader plan to upgrade the aging infrastructure while reducing leakages and frequent outages. And the National Treasury approved the project in March 2024. So the initiative also serves as part of the country's strategy to turn a private sector investment to cut the government spending on infrastructure. Are we there as Kenyans? Are we there? So this thing is something that is burning things. Yani it's opening in Azaza too. It's coming up. When we are here, another thing is opening with this Adani. So this something has affected the country at large. And the things are happening to avoid the headlines of the Adani group, to avoid the headlines of people protesting for the Kenyans to get their airport. Things are pro every day. You find accident, fires, and nobody is talking about this except the common mwananchi. So we are here, guys, to look to we are here to burn ideas on how we are going to claim back our sovereignty. We are going to claim back our assets back. Yeah, that is what I can tell. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nyash KE. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, the other day, how do you call it? There's a guy called Ramesh. I don't know if you guys know Ramesh. Ramesh accused India's leadership of collusion with the Adani Group, and he actually said that the country's foreign policy power, quote unquote, was at risk because of the government's ties with Adani, and the group is known for its close ties to President Narendra Modi. And there is a pattern of the Adani Group signing agreements outside the country that, creates controversies. There is a guy called Amitabh Dubey who leads research for the Congress Party in India. And on July 24th, the OCCRP actually revealed the details of Adani Group's proposal worth $2.5 billion to lease Jomo Kenyatta International Airport for 30 years. And this was approved by the Kenya Airports Authority, even after experts had advised the Kenyan government to put out a public tender to expand the airport. And there had been no public hearing surrounding the proposal, which had been approved to a development phase. And rather, despite the immense public backlash in Kenya, it appears that, the deal is proceeding. So, on August 30th, that is 2024, August 30th, today is Friday, 6th of September. August 30th, Adani Enterprises set up a Kenyan subsidiary, Airport Infrastructure PLC, AIP. That was according to a filing with the National Stock Exchange of India in Mumbai, seen by OCCPR. OCCPR stands for Organized Crime and Corruption. Okay, are we okay up to that particular point? And despite, on July, actually, I've told you that on July 24th, OCCRP, that is the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, it revealed that the details of Adani Group's proposal worth $2.5 billion to lease JKIA for 30 years. And of course, that was, approved by Kenya Airports Authority. And despite the immense public backlash in Kenya, it appears that the deal it proceeded, it went through. And on August 30th, Adani Enterprise set up a Kenyan subsidiary, Airports Infrastructure PLC. And according to a filing with the National Stock Exchange of India in Mumbai. And AIP is actually incorporated to take over, operate, maintain, develop, design, construct, upgrade, modernize, and manage the airports. That is according to the document that was sent. And that is according to the document, 400 and something pages that I've been reading, right? So, other than that, when the Kenyan subsidiary was actually a branch of the Abu Dhabi company and Global Airports Authority LLC that Adani had set up on August 7th. So Adani did not respond to an immediate request for a comment. That is according to OCCRP. So the Kenya Aviation Workers Union has been threatening to strike for weeks in the face of the deal. And on Monday, of course, they staged a 3-hour walkout in advance of reports of Kenyan delegation traveling to India to meet with Adani, and KA could not immediately be reached for a comment by the, that is according to OCCRP. So the following day, I'm reading something here, 16 top Kenyan officials departed for India on a due diligence mission on Adani Holdings financial records. And the visit actually marked a key step towards finalizing the agreement, which is expected to be completed by November. And the Kenya delegation going to India does not create the right environment for dialogue. I'll tell you that for a fact. On Wednesday, probably this week, the union had a meeting with the Kenya Cabinet Secretary for Labor, Dr. Alfred Mutua, who was alleged trying to plead to, members not to proceed on the strike. He was actually trying to plead with the airport guys working at the airport not to proceed with the strike. Someone called Ndiema told OCCRP that the union the union was not buying it, and were just trying to, they're not going to buy the airport. They are just trying to, they're given a contract to give a facelift of the airport, blah, 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 blah. But we all know what is going on. So I want you guys to talk to me. What do you think? I can see Pedro on the mic. Pedro, good evening. How are you doing today? Talk to us. How offended are you? Pedro, are you there? Apparently, Pedro is not there.
Pedro, can you hear me? No,
You can talk to him again.
Pedro, can you hear us? Okay, you can't hear us. Just a second. Mzalando, I know that we cut you off on the other space quickly, so I've just sent you the mic. If you want to come back and speak to us, we're here.
Hey guys.
Oh, hi Pedro.
Yes, can you hear me? Am I audible? Yes, guys.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm very grateful for this chance. And mimi kuna kitu moja nauliza. Like, tumekuwa na so many talks and nothing is happening, Tunafaa we take action. It is not enough. Like, every day we talk about these things and nothing is happening. We need to move. We need to take action. cause tunaweza ongea and hakuna kitu ita happen. It is just empty talks.
Ala,
Oh,
someone's
is he
still
done?
talking.
Or is he done? I think he's done.
Interesting.
Okay, so Pedro, so what do you think we should do then? So what's your suggestion? La Pedro. Are you able to try him?
All right, as Pedro is still organizing himself and organizing his mic, I want you guys to understand that I want to get you something here, a close, something that I'm reading here. It says, as though many Indian infrastructure companies are operating in other smaller countries, homegrown player GRM operates the Mactan Cebu International Airport in the Philippines and has also bagged deals to operate airports in Greece and Indonesia. Adani's global infrastructure play, especially in ports, in recent years has competed with Chinese investments. It's the first time Adani is stepping into the aviation sector abroad. So probably Kenya, let's put Kenya as abroad according to them. And Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited, the world's largest logistics operator by market value, is either already operating a port or gearing up for it in 4 overseas locations as it tries to challenge China's dominance of the Indian Ocean trade infrastructure. It plans to take over more seaports around the globe, especially in the Middle East, Africa, and Southeast Asia, to transform India into a major trading hub. They say that Adani's expansion into smaller countries also ties into India's push to organize a global south as a bloc of countries. Last year, the African Union formally took its seat as a new member of the G20, of course, G20 summit, at the invitation of summit host Prime Minister Modi. The Adani Group seeks to extend its footprint in Africa through strategic partnerships that align with the local development priorities. It is exploring strategic partnerships with Tanzania. Adani Ports has secured a 30-year concession agreement through its subsidiary, Adani International Ports Holdings Pte. Limited, to operate and manage a container terminal at the Dar es Salaam port in Tanzania. So, what are you guys getting from whatever I'm reading? Because whatever I'm reading is factual. Whatever I'm reading is something that has been confirmed. So this Adani Group thingy is this company is just trying to. Do you see how? Do you guys understand how? Who's calling me? My mom. Can I pick this call, please? It's important. I'm coming back in a few. Binti, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So just to pick up from where I think Aya was heading, these what do you call these guys? The Adani Group. They're literally their main business in the aviation industry has been internally within India. They don't have any experience with international, um, like just countries like other than India. So how should we trust that whatever they're intending for us? And by the way, like I said, we had somebody that came on the speakers panel the 3 or 4 days ago that told us the intention within the country. So why should we allow them to bring their domestic expertise to an international level in our country? Like we I don't want to be a guinea pig. I don't want our country to be a guinea pig. Please, Pan African, I can see you're here on the mic. If you just speak to us whilst I gather myself as well, and Ayo comes back. Hi.
Hi, Binti. Hi, Ayo. Hi, KOT, and everybody else who's listening. I hope you're all okay. Well, I'm kind of mad. I'm really, really angry at the moment. And why am I angry? Because I've been looking at what's been happening online, and the first thing that came to my mind was when Nelson Amenya, who was the first whistleblower on this Adani deal, was being attacked. okay, by this person calling themselves Healthcare Solutions. Now I looked up to them, I looked into them rather, and found out that they've only got 64 followers. So I thought, well, whatever. But going through the comments, and I love doing this, okay? So I love going through people's responses, and I found out that uh, there's this uh, healthcare Medihill Hospital, okay, that was there in Kenya. I don't know if it's still there, but I don't know. But anyway, what point is that I've just realized that a lot of healthcare is actually run by Indians. A lot of um, organizations are actually run by Indians, and I'm talking about Kenya here. Okay, now this owner of this Medihill, he's actually an Indian-born businessman called Mishra, and he came to Kenya in 1997. Okay, he's a 1964 born person born in India, came to Kenya in 1997, and then in 2017 he was actually elected as an MP. Now, guys, I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. Okay, so this is an Indian who's come all the way, born Indian, come from India, come to Kenya, started his business, his medical business, um, and expanded, became a billionaire in a very, very short time, okay? And then he becomes an MP. I think it's somewhere in Eldoret, okay? He ran, at the time, he ran under the Jubilee government. And then he tried to run again, and he won at that time. And then he ran again in 2002 as an independent, and he lost to the UDA candidate. But going through his profile again, I found that he's now joined UGA. Hey, good to him, good for him, whatever. Okay. But my point is, we might be looking at Adani as as just one thing, but we need to look at this thing as holistic, where we have the Adani group, which is an Indian group, coming to take our airport. We have the Indians coming and starting medical facilities in Kenya. We are not questioning, okay? They're even becoming MPs. I mean, what is what's going on? I mean, has Kenya been sold? I don't understand. Anyway, going back to Pedro, I hope he's here. I'm not sure if he's here. Anyway, um, talking about this, we are actually raising awareness. Many people don't understand what's happening. And it's not like we're not doing anything. People are actually doing something. We are actually reaching out to people and sharing information that actually exposes Indians and Adani, okay, and their network, because it's a whole network, and how they operate. If we don't expose these people, if we don't talk about them, nobody's gonna know about them, and we'll just assume that everything is fine. No, I'm sorry, not everything's not fine. Something's wrong. We have doctors in Kenya who can actually run hospitals. We have nurses who are qualified. Why are we letting Indians come and run our healthcare systems? Why are we letting them come and run our airports? I'm sorry, that's not right. Okay, we will encounter individuals who will, yes, refuse to look at, you know, the facts, because these are facts. Okay, we're not making up things here. These are actually facts. And yeah, people will minimize, what's actually been presented. We had Isaac Maura today posting that Adani has a credible track record. I'm sorry, Maura, but no, the track record for Adani is absolutely bullshit. I'm sorry, okay? And on my timeline, was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I did write 10 lies, 10 big lies that Adani has that they've been exposed to. Okay, they've exaggerated about their economic benefits. They've exaggerated about their environmental track records. I mean, there's countless of lies that these people have done. So I'm sorry, Maura. No, they do not have a credible track record. Okay. Now, for those people who are being attacked, like Nelson, okay, about this Adani deal, yes, people will attack you personally. And people like Morara, who are doing a great job, and everybody else here who's doing a great job, okay, everybody's doing a great job by actually exposing these people. You know, people will actually, they'll attack you. Fine, let them do it, okay? They've chosen to have those as their views, okay, as whatever view they want to have. They've chosen to do that, okay. But we've got to move on, okay. We've got to move on, and every single person, we have to expose them, and this is where technology and right now internet has actually given us a platform to actually expose the corruption, the whatever is happening in Kenya. People didn't have this information 10 years ago, okay, 20 years ago. People didn't have the internet at the tip of their hands. Now we do. We are actually talking about it every day. You guys, man, you know, man, I don't know what to say anymore. But anyway, guys, thank you so much, and well done, Binti and Wanyama, for hosting, for your previous space and the continuation. Keep going, and we have to keep going. We can't give up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pan African 254. There's something I want to point out, like from your statement. Like you gave the example of the I think you mentioned his name was Mishra that came in 1997 and is now, an MP or something, has a medical clinic. My question to you is, does this okay, we're against Adani 100%, but are we against naturalization?
No, 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 not at all. We're not against naturalization. But think about it this way, okay? This person, okay, according to the story here, okay, that he came to Kenya with only uh, uh, how much was it? 50,000 Kenyan shillings, okay? Straight from India, okay? Born in India, okay? I don't know. I'm not looked into how people can actually gain naturalization as a Kenyan. Don't forget, okay? People out in the diaspora, they can't even vote as a dual citizen. Okay, right now people are fighting for that. That people say, for example, you live in the UK, you live in the US, that because you've naturalized as a US person or a US citizen or a UK citizen, that you can't vote as a Kenyan. Yet you're born in Kenya, your parents are from Kenya. I'm sorry, it just doesn't add up. Um, they can come in and do business, no problem whatsoever. But giving them such kind of power in their hands, I mean, how much are they going to control? Right now, I think they're actually controlling the government, and this is what scares me. That the government is actually bending to their wishes and their commands. I mean, we heard the guy who opened up the cement in West Pokot, was it the other day, saying that yeah, we should let Ruto run the country for 25 years. No, I'm sorry. Such kind of statements should not be taken lightly. These people, they might want, they are there to actually control the government, to run Kenya. And if we are not careful, we're just gonna sell the country. And I'm sorry, it's already been sold. So we have to be very, very careful.
Okay, thank you for that. I, I hope you guys were here in a space a few days ago again where we had somebody from the Indian heritage that came and spoke of how it's sort of it's not nice to see your people getting, like, a whole people getting attacked. Not, I wouldn't say the word attacked, but just getting grouped together like that. Our issue here is this Adani group. We cannot say that it's all Indians, because even the Indians themselves, I don't know if you've seen, they're also against like this whole thing. So we have to stay focused and remember that this is not a personal as such or cultural problem. It's more of the finances of our country, like what's happening to our country, rather than the actual individuals, like the Indians themselves. I hope that makes sense. So I'd like to go to Miriam Rose. Hi, Miriam Rose. Miriam Rose, can you hear me? Okay, Mzalendo, are you here?
Yes, I can hear you well. I can hear you well. Binti Africa.
Perfect. Sorry, we catch you up on a previous space. So just carry on from where you left off. Well, yeah, I think it's still the
Okay.
same crowd.
Okay, thank you so much. Kwa kazi njema mnayoifanya. So, as I was stating earlier, ya kwamba people as provided in Article 1 of the Constitution, whereby we have the right to picket and demonstrate and present a petition to government authorities. I said earlier this morning in Wanyama's space that we need to petition the Embassy of India. Wajue ya kwamba sisi kama Wakenya, volume, sisi kama Wakenya tumechoka na hatutaki Adani Kenya. We need to petition the ministry. We need to petition the Ministry of Transport. Let them know that we know the evils that Adani has done in other countries.
Let's maintain status quo. How is it possible? You know, so you remember something you read online, or you
Right,
random.
co-host. Ayo, abufunga mic. Sorry,
Someone is
Professor.
speaking then.
Pole. Lakini mzalendo, are you not able to find somewhere silent utuongeleshe? Because tunasikia background noise, watoto wanalia, we are confused. Are you able to decide to scare? So you just take your time first. You get a very silent background, then you go to another speaker, if possible. Because background yako iko na vitu mingi sana zinaendelea. Just fix it, then you come back.
I think this background is now cooler.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. We need to tell the ministry or the minister for transport ya kwamba zile deal zote wamefanya Nongwe hazitusaidii. We need to inform the Ministry of Treasury ya kwamba huyu Adani mnaleta hata lipa taxes. We need to tell the Ministry of Environment ya kwamba huyu Adani mumeleta amechafua mazingira kila anakokwenda. We need to tell Parliament ya kwamba you did not conduct any public participation contrary to PPP section 3 subsection 314 that states that before any agreement is made, stakeholders must be consulted, the public must be consulted, and the consumers must be consulted. Ayo, you earlier spoke of Alfred Mutua. I was listening to what Alfred Mutua was talking to the cow. I was ashamed if I'm cabinet secretary anaweza fungua mdomo na aseme hajasoma agreement. Where are we headed? A whole minister anasema sijasoma agreement ya Adani, na yeye akona watu ambao wanaenda kufutwa kazi. So I'm asking myself, are we having a government working against one another ama ni nini? Because Alfred Mutua kama minister wa labor and social justices alifaa kupewa agreement, asome ajue wafanyikazi wa KAU wanakwenda wapi, but hajui. So we are having a government that is working against one another. The other thing that we must stand up against, that this is the Adani that is having 8 of its directors out of 22 who are family members. So we are actually having a threat to the security of to job security in Kenya, because this is a company yenye ina propagate brotherhood, inapenda ile, yani wewe nakupea kazi sababu wewe ni mtu wetu. I was in a space juzi mahali mtu alisema ayo ya kwamba tayari the subsidiary that Adani has set in Kenya imeshaanza kazi tayari. He was a worker at the KAU. Anasema hata internship saizi you cannot acquire. So are we going to have a Kenya whereby own citizens who are learned, wenye wamesoma, watakuwa wanafagia kwa airport? We need to stand up and condemn with every tongue possible that the 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 company or the group that the rogue Ruto regime has introduced imekwepa kulipa kodi kwa mataifa kama vile Mauritius, imekwepa kulipa kodi kule United Arab Emirates, imekwepa kulipa kodi kule Caribbean Islands. And this information should get to the Ministry of Treasury and National Coordination, ya kwamba huyu mtu mnaleta hatalipa kodi. The other thing that we must stand up against ni kwamba hii ni kampuni ambayo inafanya several irregularities kwa accounts zake. Mwenye Adani, I cannot recall his name, allow me to refer, anaitwa Kwatara Adani. Ako na ndugu yake ambaye anaitwa Rajesh Adani. Huyu Rajesh Adani ameshikwa zaidi ya mara mbili for doing fraudulent operations whereby Rajesh Adani amefanya fraud ya 17 billion that the company could not account for. And then the younger brother, who is a managing director at the group, amekuwa accused and charged in the Supreme Court of India, mark you, for doing what? Akona makampuni 7, haina wafanyikazi, haina physical address, haina phone numbers, but generating revenue and bringing back billions to India. So these are the people that the rogue William Ruto and his cohorts are planning to bring to Kenya. Mtu yeyote ambaye analala na anawacha Adani kuingia katika taifa letu tukufu la Kenya ni msaliti, ni mchawi na ni mtu ambaye hapendi taifa letu tukufu la Kenya. I participated in the previous demonstrations ayo, but in this one, I am more than ready, I am more than prepared, and I'm saying this, Muindi arudi India, Mkenya ajitawale. That is the theme. We cannot. Tumeona venye Waindi wanatesa wafanyikazi hapa EPZ. Yani mtu ameenda kuomba kazi ya kazi ambayo analipwa 14,000, Muindi analala na yeye. Mark you. Yani Muindi analala na Mkenya ambaye ameenda kutafuta kazi ya 14,000, anampa mimba, amempa kazi ya 14,000, amepewa mimba, akiwa na mimba anafutwa kazi. Is that what we want to have at our airport? And are we keeping quiet? Let us rise up, tell this rogue government, tell this parliament that is rogue, tell the Ministry of Transport that is rogue, tell the Ministry of Treasury that is rogue, that we, the people, are not accepting Adani in Kenya. And as I conclude, let us take petition to the Indian Embassy. Huyu ambassador wa India Kenya ajue ya kwamba Wakenya wanakataa taifa lao, kampuni kutoka nchi yao kufanya biashara na sisi. Na tuna outline 10 things why we don't want Adani in Kenya. Na huyu ambassador tunamwambia ya kwamba diplomatic relationship between India and Kenya. Akikubali serikali yake ikubali Adani ikuje Kenya. We, the people, can bring the diplomatic relationships between Kenya and India iharibike. Kwanza hawa Wahindi wamejaa kwetu, wanakaa huku ni kama huku ni kwao. Wanatutesa, wanatukalia. Tumwambie tu ya kwamba we are not accepting Adani because of the evils, the atrocities, the irregularities, the breaches that Adani has done that contravene the constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Because maovu yote Adani imefanya. Yes, I'm landing. Maovu yote ambayo Adani imefanya katika mataifa mengine ni kinyume na katiba ya taifa tukufu la Kenya. So we are not supporting Adani, and I'm saying #reject Adani, #stop Adani. Tarehe 11 tupatane, tupeleke petition kwa Indian Embassy, tupeleke petition kwa Ministry of Transport, tupeleke petition kwa Ministry of Treasury, kisha tupange mlolongo vizuri, tujipate JKIA, tukatae ya kwamba tunakataa Adani. Thank you so much. I'm very mad. I'm very fired up. I'm very emotional about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want you mad. We want you very mad. Kunywa tu maji, rudi hapa kama bado uko mad. Usishushe hiyo madness. Anaitwaje? Miriam Rose. Miriam Rose, good evening. How are you doing? Talk to us.
Hi, I'm good, thanks. So, two things. One, I just want to ask. I was in another space, so I am not sure if it was addressed. Is there a court case? Because I don't know why. Forgive me, but I feel like this is such a straightforward case. There's no public participation. If someone goes to court, this can be stayed or at least stopped. So I'm missing something. So maybe someone can clarify to me whether there's a case in court. And if there's any lawyer here, if there's no case in court, is there anyone planning to take a case in court other than the Tony Gashoka? I've seen a petition. Second thing is, I want to reiterate what Binti said. We need to be nuanced about this Indian story. I've heard it, Mzalendo saying, we need to be very nuanced and careful because it can really flip on us really quickly. Because itaanza tu hivyo, alafu sasa tuanze kuflip ya the Kenyan Hindus, or are they Hindus? The Kenyan Hindus, and I don't think that's what we want. Actually, So I want to caution everyone to be very nuanced about this. We are against Adani and his corrupt deals. We are not against Kenyans, Hindus. And if that's the fight we want to take up, I think there's a space for that, honestly. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. In our previous space, we had somebody called Anthony. I think you just mentioned him. Yeah. So he's got something on his page. I wish he could actually come on this space to speak to us again, but he's got like this petition that they're planning on delivering it like from the other side. So because what he said was that it might be a bit harder from our side, but they think that it can actually stop this deal now from the side of India. So they're gonna try and go about it in that direction, and they can even deliver it like in person to the Indian government. If he comes on this space, I will give him the mic to just get a chance to hear him. And it's a legitimate petition, like it's done by lawyers and it's very legal. So I will try and get hold of him and he can come and speak about it. But yeah, thank you. Back to you, Aya.
There's this thing about can you guys hear me?
You're very far from how you were
Unanisikia?
before, but yes.
Simu yangu ina vibrate. Kuna phone call fulani hapa ya ushenzi inaingia hapa. Let me just hang it up. Yeah. I'm going to say there's that thing that you said, Miriam, that I also reiterated in one of the spaces we've had before. Anytime we bring in, like you said, it might flip on us. Anytime we bring in issues, the issue here is Adani, right? And we need to focus on Adani because Adani are individuals like Ayo or KOT. So regardless of where I come from, the problem is me, not my country, okay? And if there are any Indians that live in Kenya na wanatesa wase, wanafaa kuwasha ripotiwa. So right now, if you bring in, waindi wanatesa sijui nini, we are losing the plot. And now that comes like, ni kama tunapiga waindi vita and ina sound kama we are racists. And those waindis, they've been helping us build our economy. Let's not forget that. So regardless of what's happening, tunafaa ku fix our eyes on the problem here is Adani Group. kuleta Wahindi kwa nini, sijui Wahindi wanaishi Parklands. Hizo ni side shows, unaget? Hizo ni side shows because hao sasa wameishi hapa for some time now na wameishi na sisi, tusisahau, right? So na wengine wametuemploy. So kama kuna any Indian mwenye ametesa Mkenya, we need those cases in court. Na tuseme those are labor laws, those are wame commit labor crimes in a court of law, sawa. So hawa sasa unafaa kupikiwa individually, afai kuwekwa because mimi ni Muhindi na niko na hii issue, nafaa kuwekwa kwa hiyo story ya Adani. So let's focus. It's the same way if a Kenyan goes to the UK today and the UKians or guys in the English wafeel Ayo alifanya kitu, Ayo should be held responsible, not other Kenyans in the UK or other Kenyans in Germany, right? So we need to focus on what the problem is, and the problem is the Adani group. So tukienda Wahindi wamefanya nini, hiyo tuna lose the plot kabisa. So my job as the co-host is just to bring that sanity, regardless of get us having that uchungu to focus at the end of the day. Let's be rational as much as we can. Does that make sense? To the speaker that spoke about the how Wahindi wametutesa nini and all that. So that's another case altogether, and we need to file it and push so that people get equal treatment in terms of labor, employment and all that kind of stuff. Constantine, naona unawashwa vibaya. Umefungwa tu mic. Talk to me. How are you?
Thanks very much, and thanks to the host. I think the conversation is quite interesting. Allow me first to disagree with you on one thing about the Indians and the scenario, the small background you have given, which is quite objective. But then I'll start by saying the fact that people are raising concern about Indians, it means there's been a story that, excuse me, the society has ignored to address. And so an opportunity has come out, and then people start speaking, right? And so society operates in a very funny way. People can speak because it is the right time to speak. People can fear to speak because they are going to speak against those in power, and it comes with its own implications. And looking at the economy, the industrial aspects, the Indians do control the space. So with all due respect, yeah, I listen to your opinion and I respect it and I like it. But then it goes without saying there is issues about Indians that needs to be addressed, and Adani has just brought that face out publicly. Now, on the issue about the airport, it's quite unfortunate that Kenyans really don't understand it, and I like the fact that Ayo has raised various issues to look at: issues environment, issues labor, issues security, issues around nepotism. Those are the realities that Kenyans needs to start addressing one by one. By the fact that this fella will be given a mandate to run our airport and the chaos that is bringing in. But then looking at how, for me personally, I feel addressing this issue, one, we can go through the Indian embassy, file a case, seek audience with them. But number two, I think it has been approved but through the parliament. Why do we give MPs a lot of time to pass these, excuse me for my sore throat, pass these thoughtful and reflected deals, thinking that they're helping the country, but then they help themselves? We need to start looking at our MPs and putting them to account. I like what the Gen Z started, Kusalmia MPs, but I thought that was not enough. Ruto is enjoying all this freedom simply because we've allowed the MPs to protect him. So if you really want to fix Ruto, let's fix our MPs. Let's start dealing with them one by one, asking them the right questions. Why will somebody represent, for example, Busia and living in Nairobi as an MP, and they're entitled to mileage? Go stay in Busia. We should literally chase them. Go back to Busia, start working in Busia. When you're needed in parliament, come back to parliament. Such issues as Adani will definitely disappear. That's my thought. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I've heard you guys, and I completely agree with you. Completely. By this Jakarta, I completely agree with you. However, the way Binti explained it, yes, I understand that there's these other micro issues that have been happening that have never ever been, handled in an appropriate way. Probably because we've been speaking, but nobody has ever taken up this issue and said, "Yo, why ndio wanatumiza hii Kenya?" Unaget? And I'm like, it's important also to bring it up, but is that the main topic of the day? And has it ever been raised in a court of law? And kama saizi watu wanapiga kelele juu ya history ya Adani, have you ever come together as a country and said no to bad labor laws, or rather punitive labor laws from these other races? Unaget? It's something that we've never, as much as people complain chini ya maji. It's like for example history is Saudi Arabia. Our girls going to Saudi Arabia wanarudi in body bags, wengine wanauliwa, wengine wanatritiwa vibaya, wengine wananyang'anywa simu. What is our government doing about it? Have we made noise enough? Unaget? So my main point was, I do not agree, I do not sikatai ati hizo vitu hazifanyiki. Yes, zinafanyika. But have we ever come to speak in unison and say, guys, watoto wanaumia, juu watu wanatutesa, and what is the government doing about it? However, now that we are trying to focus on this airport thingy, then those are, na feel ni kama hizo ni sub. Unaget? Sijui kama unanipata from where I'm reasoning. Like, can you get my point of reasoning? That's what I was thinking. Let's not bring in that issue right now. Of course, we can handle it at a later date, because right now we are focusing on this. It doesn't mean that is of a lesser magnitude, but you understand? Come on, that makes sense. Miriam Rose, you hand it up. Go ahead, please.
I was even just about to put it down because what you said and what Constantine said is everything I was gonna say. But we seriously need to be careful because words spoken can't be taken. We just need to be balanced about the issues we are putting. Tukieka blanket statements carelessly, itatumiza later. That's just what I was trying also to say. Like no one is saying they don't do those things, and it's true. This is an opportunity for those things to be raised. But when someone is putting across words and statements, they just need to not be blanket. They need to be nuanced. That's all. Yeah, that's all.
Sawa, asante sana, Miriam Rose. Chris, please mute your mic. We'll come to you very shortly. We're here to talk about Adani. Guys, if you have not tweeted in the last 10 minutes, I am guilty of that. I'm going to go and tweet now and use the hashtag stop Adani. We can't let this hashtag fall down. So go right now on your TLs, just make a tweet using the hashtag stop Adani. Skeptic African. Hi.
Hello, hi.
Hi. Bad evening. How are you?
Good evening. How are you? I'm good. Um,
I am not good. I'm offended. Talk to us.
I'm really pissed off. Actually, I talked in the morning through the Wanyama space. I'm gonna add this. In the morning, I talked about what's happening in our JKI and how yesterday Alfred Mutua tried to convince the workers of the JKI. So, a question is this: like, how are you coming to convince us that we will sort out? How are you gonna sort out? Yes, yet you've just solved it, right? Yeah. Another point is our president going to China to ask for loans. So this means that our president is going to ask for loans from China. At the same time, is gonna get these guys from China to come and work. Like they're the employees of the work that's gonna be done here in Kenya. So if the loan is gonna be used to build roads, nini easy kwa villages, like the way you said, so most probably the Chinese are the ones to get the contract. That's 100%. So that's just like you're borrowing funds and knowledge. Like, so what are we going to school to do? Yeah, what are we going to do? So tunaenda shule tunaambiwa kama ujui mtu, like if you don't know someone who knows someone, then you have no job. What's the purpose of learning then? Ndio tuko na papers, like tuko na madegree kwa nyumba, so what? Like tunafanyia nini? If we don't fight, like why are we nonchalant when everything is not going our way, like the way it should be? This thing again about the nimeona DP like Rigathi amedonate rice to the citizens. So my point is, how many acres of land do we have in Kenya such that the government is donating food to the Kenyans? Don't we have farms to kulima? Why are we like? I saw a certain video concerning the GMO seeds, so I'll share that video here. How GMO food looks like. You'll not like it, I promise you. Tomorrow is on a weekend. I urge each and everyone, kama uko like, kama una kazi, obviously weekend ni like most of the people are gonna relax, right? So I urge everyone, mtu kama uko reserve, ensure umeenda mahali. Talk to the people, ongelesha watu what's happening in our country. If we don't fight right now, then we're gonna lose this, and we're gonna lose our lives forever. There's a say that if we don't handle our independence very well, colonizers will come back in form of investors. That's the say of Simon Mwanza. If we don't handle our independence very well, colonizers will come back in form of investors. Very, very nice one. Very nice quote. Kila mtu. What's happening in our country is not like, it's nothing to joke about. Like Ruto kwanza tulienda like the other time tulisema occupy JKIA. Ruto akakuja address nation akasema we are not selling JKIA. Juzi akiwa Kisumu akasema am I mad to sell JKIA? So what's he gonna tell us this time? JKIA is being sold out. What does he say? Like akona nini ya kutuambia this time? Just like uneducated people wenye wako serikalini wana try to kwa just taking us like I don't get it. Like these people, uneducated people wanakuja wanatubeba kiufala, just lying to us in broad daylight, lying to us in facts, mpaka hata kuna evidence na wanatudanganya. Are we fools? Like, and Kenyans just like wako sawa tu na what's happening. Let's wake up, my guys. Let's wake up. What's not happening? Shit. Anyway, sorry guys. Let me drop the mic for now. I'm just pissed off, really pissed off. I'll talk later.
Bro, ni sawa kuget pissed off. Mienda kwanza nasikia vizuri mkiudhika hivyo. Ndele muudhika kabisa. Mimi nataka muendelee kuudhika. Nifanye nini tena niwaudhi? Kwa sababu nataka muendelee kuudhika hivyo. Hiyo hadi ukas. I'm liking the fact that you're pissed off. Please let us keep on the pissed offiness, if that makes sense. And I completely understand you, bro. So usijali. Pia mimi nimeudhika tu kama wewe.
What I just need to do is like you guys, kama tu unajua uko reserve, like uko where you can access reserve, just go and talk to like these elderly people. Hao watu wamedanganywa bana since 1990s bana. Like wako tu nonchalant, wako sawa na kila kitu. So I urge you guys, just kesho, tomorrow is on Saturday and Sunday. I urge kila mtu, like whoever you know, like you know what's happening in our country, right? So just spread the gospel of good governance. And waelezea say what's happening. Yeah, I'll talk later.
Sawa. Wanda, good evening. Are you there?
I am. Good evening. What is happening at JKA is even worse than what we were pushing the finance bill and such stuff. It's worse. If you ask someone from outside, they'll tell you the reason why Kenya is a special country is because of that gateway. That the that JKA that we have makes I mean, people from outside, investor from outside, or any other person from outside prefer passing through Kenya, so that for them to explore, or for them to explore the interior of the Eastern Africa, which is about 500 plus million of people, then lazima watu hiyo JKA to make it. That's why we are considered as a gateway Eastern Africa. Now, if we give out the key of that gate to a foreigner, someone from outside, sasa tunabaki na nini? Na tunawachia wale watoto wetu na watoto wetu tunawachia ni vitu gani? It always starts, ni kama hii ni ile yenye mtu anajaribu kidogo. Leo wamejaribu kidogo JKA, kesho sijui watagusa gani. Then if you listen keenly, or if you make a keen look, utakuta the kina Adani team, they are talking of the adjacent lands, I don't know, 28 acres, sijui wajenge hoteli, sijui wafanye nini. So it's ni kama wanauza tu sasa. And if we don't wake up to this one, then tunapoteza sasa. That what we are crying and pushing ile wakati wa finance bill, the energy that was used probably should be even the double wakati tunapushi. Sababu wakati tunaachilia, look at this airport. Tukiachilia hivo, kesho tutacontrol aje hizi drugs. Kesho tutacontrol aje sijui hizi the wildlife hizi, hawa watu wanaua hawa wanyama sijui na nini, tunapatia foreigner control hiyo vitu. Sasa kesho hiyo airport, wakati watoto wetu ama ndugu zetu watatolewa pale, kuwekwe pale foreigners, na huyo mtu ako na right, umempatia afanye hiyo venye anataka kufanya. So what are we going to do unless we demand hii vitu itolewe na kukae sawa? Then tunaharibu. Kibaki wakati Mtunga ndiye alikuwa awe CJ, wakati Kibaki alijaribu kufanya ujanja wake, I remember ikikataliwa tu kwamba no, sio hivyo, then akareverse kwamba alikuwa amepitisha vitu fulani vyenye amepitisha, lakini ilivyokataliwa watu wakawa hapana, akabadilisha. Kama finance bill hawa jamaa walikuwa wanapush wanavyotaka na ikafika mahali wakabadilisha, then this one we need to put a stop to it, because this one is even now worse. Tuwezi tukaachia funguo ya gate ule mtu kutoka nje, na kwao huko nyumbani watu wanaandamana wakilia hawamtaki. Sasa wewe mtu akukatae kwenu nyumbani, alafu na jirani anakukaribisha na unakimbia huko, na watoto wa jirani wanafurahi tu ama wanalialia tu ati huyu mtu alikuwa anasumbua huko kwao akichapa sijui watoto akifanya nini, lakini baba na mama wamemleta, acha tu basi akae. No, there are times when if dad and mom does things that are not okay, mnakataa kama watoto na mnakataa, sababu at the end of the day nyumba ni ya kwenu, pale ni kwenu. Yeah, no, I'm pissed. I'm not happy with this. I've not been finding time, or probably I've been just walking into these spaces, listen and march out. But this one, imenifikia kidogo. Because if you look at the impact of losing the gateway of Eastern Africa to a foreign land, to a foreign investor, then this is worse. Afadhali tusanye pesa, tufanye hiyo vitu, to renovate kama wanataka. But losing it, it's no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wanda. You're very right. We call Kenya Airways the pride of Africa. Kenya Airways operates mainly from JKIA. We are the connecting hub for a lot of the countries around us. We cannot let that go. In 30 years, do you know how old I'll be in 30? I'll be a grandmother in 30 years. Please, these guys cannot last there that long. We can't even let them enter in the first place. The El Shafi, Fee. Can you hear me? The El Shafee? No? Okay. Salome. Salome Shiro. Saloma? Hi, can you hear me? I can see your hand is up. Please speak to us. Okay. Ayo, can you hear me? Amani Mimi.
Nakusikia, sijui kwa nini ourselves. Wait, you guys, can you hear Binti speaking? MMESQ. Hii jina yako inanipatianga pressure. MMESQ. Unaweza nisikia?
Nakusikia yo.
Aya. Naitwaje? Fly high, unaweza nisikia?
Hayo ni aje, nakusikia fiti.
Mnaweza sikia Binti akiongea?
Pia Binti namsikia.
Ala. Okay, Binti, I think wewe mwenye ulikuwa mita kwanza ndio yako anaweza kukusikia. So you can go ahead. Nikawa anaweza kusikia. Go ahead, Binti.
Okay, so then let's just go with you said it's MMSQ.
It's
MMESQ. Hiyo jina unipatia pressure.
Hiyo ESQ ni kwa kusema Mr. Ni vako tu ya ujanjezi ya kusema Mr. Ni Esquire.
Oh, Mr. ni Esquire.
Yes. Hiyo ESQ ni Esquire.
Esquire, please go ahead.
Let me explain to you. All of you are wrong. So Esquire is a self-proclaimed council or something of the sort. MM ni short form ya jina yangu, naitwa Mike Matanga. Hiyo ndio jina yangu. So I just said MM Esquire instead of Mike Matanga Esquire. So
and you said Esquire is?
Esquire is like a kind of a self-proclaimed council, like someone in the legal field mwenye anajiona yeye anajua kila kitu. So it's Esquire.
Sawa, endelea Mr. MMM Esquire.
So in short unajiona unajua kila kitu lakini hujui anything. That is what you're trying to say. I'm using your words against you.
Okay. After nimemaliza kuongea, sasa utaniambia kama najifanya najua kila kitu ama najua kila kitu.
Nice one. Go ahead, please.
So let me go to the topic, about JKIA. Nimesikia msa akiongelea, okay, most of us, our argument that JKIA should not be sold is on the basis that it's a critical infrastructure. Like that's the gateway in terms of security and everything. There's this another aspect of JKIA, yenye nime realized during my research. You guys, do you know how valuable JKIA is? Actually, JKIA estimated value, like asset value at JKIA is 1.1 trillion. 1.1 trillion is roughly 10% of Kenya's asset. So that means Ruto anauza 10% of Kenya, literally, in terms of asset. Anauziana. And I don't understand why people are arguing. They're giving us that the reason why they want to give Adani this JKIA, it's because JKIA cannot raise its own money ya improve in terms of its own infrastructure or something. You know what's going on here in JKIA? Si ati hakuna pesa. There is money. A land peke yake huko mali unaona watu wameka maduka manini JKIA. And I'm talking about the report from the Ministry of Land. An acre of land in JKIA, it gives JKIA a revenue of up to 7.5 million per year. Do you know how much land JKIA has? More than 11,000. So that means JKIA inaweza jisustain. JKIA can inaweza raise money ya kutengeneza infrastructures wanatuambia. So what's going around here? These people, they're trying to pay their political debt. Pesa walipatiwa time ya campaign. I don't want to dig much about Adani because that's the last thing niliongelea the other time about Adani. Because Adani here inatumika kuficha pesa and everything. So as much as tunataka tuangalia Adani in terms of how critical JKIA is to our security, also let us think of it in terms of how much value, in terms of being an asset, JKIA is to Kenya. Now, ujue JKIA and Kenya Airways are different because I had someone arguing somewhat JKIA and Airways. Kenya Airways, they are two different government entities. Kenya Airways iko kivyake, JKIA iko kivyake. And once Adani takes over JKIA, that means even Kenya Airways will start now paying to Adani. So zile loss Kenya Airways inaenda, we expect the losses to be more because itakuwa imeongezea another cost of paying the Adanis. So you guys, we are losing 10% of our country, like 10% of our country, of our country's asset, we are losing. Saizi tukisema Kenya ikuwe shut down, JKA inaweza tupeleka to survive for like 10%. That is something that it's being sold. And what you should know about Adani, there's a time ayo aliniuliza swali, mbona tusiende these the Kinarutos and everyone. My concern about Adani is that ukiangalia their history, even in India, mongelea about them. There's a time the guys that were given to take over, I think there were 6 airports in India. Ukiangalia their history, all governments zimekuwa zikiside na wao. Not government by those people in power, because these people, they fund these people to get into power. The same case in apply in Australia. Even that story of coal in Australia. Yes, people complain, but the government, their hands were tied. The government could not chase Adani away. The same case is happening in India. And I'm fearful because in India, there was even a petition to the Supreme Court of India, and the court still ruled in favor of Adani. Imambo ya take over the airports and everything. And I'm also starting to be fearful via in Kenya, even tukinezanza your petition, if huko bado Supreme Court rule in favor of the government and Adani. So the only way we can stop this thing to happen, occupying JKIA. Let us make JKIA very hostile for Adani to come and occupy it. That is the only solution. I drop the mic for now.
Skiza, I completely agree with you. Nimekusikia tena kwa makini na by the way, hiyo SQ it was 100%. Kitu nasema ni, of course, JKIA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, is a completely different entity from KQ, Kenya Airways, right? So JKIA iko operated na Kenya Airports Authority. Am I right up to that point? Exactly. Thank you for the 100. So Kenya Airports Authority ina own JKIA, but I own KQ. So KQ is a different entity altogether. Ni ya Wakenya. JKIA ni ya Wakenya. Una get? And it's not a private property. It's a public property. JKIA, KAA, all those are private, are public companies and public properties, right? So where KQ comes in is because KQ is owned by the government. Is it owned by the government of Kenya? I stand to be corrected. Kenya Airways. Is it owned by the government of Kenya? If it is, that means KQ, JKIA, and Kenya Airports Authority are in the same koso mob. Would I get? They're in the same cup. And if we allow this to go through, that means the Adani group might end up owning all these, and Kenyans who are baki hapo ni kama. I think that is what MM alikuwa anajaribu to explain, if I got him right. And that means we start to lose the major, because I'll tell you for a fact, the amount of revenue raised at JKIA in a day in terms of other aeroplanes getting to land, lazima walipe do ndio wa land kama mkuwaijua. The amount of goods that cargo that are brought into Kenya, biashara ni domob sana. The amount of taxes that are being collected, like foreign exchange from different countries, whereby tourists wakikam in to Kenya, wanna bring in foreign exchange mob sana, like wanaleta do mob sana. So we need to put that into our arguments to kifikiria hii story. So we stand to lose a lot, just as MM just said. So I think I just wanted to make that clear. If any of you didn't get that right, if you have to make anything more clearer, MM, before I go to Fly High, am we okay up to that point?
I'm okay up to that point. If I have anything, I'll just tell you. But for now, I'm okay.
Very nice. Fly High, good evening. Talk to us. Fly High, your hand is up. Can you hear me? If Fly High is not ready, I'm gonna go to Salome. Salome, you are here earlier. Hatukuwa tunaweza kusikia na uli drop. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Binti.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear
Okay.
me?
Go ahead, please, Salome. I can hear you 100% clearly. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I think JKIA that it have its operators, yes. The guidance of JKIA is KAA, Kenya Airport Authority, is the owner and operator of 9 civilians airports, airstrips in Kenya. I think we should understand that. That's how it's go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is Salome still speaking? Kosimski?
I think she's speaking, but I can't see her either. Salome, just drop
I'm
and
a
then
drop.
come up.
I'm a drop.
Oh, okay.
I'm a drop. Josephine, good evening. If you can hear me. Josephine? Okay, what nisikie kwa hii space. Hong
But let me
Kong.
try. Josephine, can you hear us? Okay, she's dropped even, so nope. Sorry, Ayo, carry on.
Binti nakusikia, Ayo nakusikia.
Na mbona nakuita na usikii na urespond?
Oh,
siku na meza ugali.
Mtu wangu.
Unameza ugali hadi unisikii mzae na mimi niko njaa. Ala.
Huku brother
Hebu speak to
mazee
us.
Ni aje wadau, pole sana, pole I couldn't hear you. Actually, I'd put Nini briefly on mute to answer a call. So, mi kitu naniwasha about history JKIA ni moja. Generally speaking, I'm asking myself, don't we have any legal recourse as the citizens of this country? Because you can be sure hii kitu jafata the required process. So I'm asking myself, are we saying that there is no way we can be able to challenge this thing in court? You know, the other thing I've realized ni kwamba the same thing I was saying the other day. We are fighting these battles alone, and I don't think that should be the case. We've got people in spaces talking. We've got people on TV talking about how bad these deals are. I've just seen some document on X, purportedly some sort of suit that has been lodged into to try and stop this thing, but hata vile inakaa inakani kama bado kuna mali hata vile wamekuoti story ya Adani already kuna typographic errors. I don't know. The way I'm looking at this thing is this. If there was the way Morara is doing whatever he's doing, why can't we come up with like watu wala wako into stories za ujenzi, watu wa aviation, guys who are accountants, guys who are development economists? Why can't we come up with like alternative development plans for this country that can show how these assets don't have to be parceled out the way they are? Like I like what Wanjigi does when he goes and gives figures. He may have his own motives for doing so, but the thing is, as it stands, we've not really been discussing this thing with what is the alternative. You know, it's one thing to say these guys are stealing from us, but what is the alternative? You understand? Because what these guys keep doing is telling us, oh, we need a second runway. Oh, and funny enough, Adani is not giving us a second runway. They're doing like the minimum. They're giving us things called rapid exit taxiways. So you're thinking, the thing that we need the most in JK is an alternative runway, even with RETs. If there's an incident on the runway, if you have a runway, and again runway or anything of the sort, the airport effectively shuts down. And what we want is another runway so that in the rare case that we should have some sort of event on the main runway 06, at least we've got an alternative. You know, the whole point of having another runway built is that we can expand the airport around that. We can have new terminals. You get? We can be able to spark like a whole sector. I like the person who was talking about the fact that the airport itself is extremely valuable. So I'm asking myself the amount for which it is being leased versus the actual value of the property. Your ratio makes sense clearly, you know. Then I'm asking myself, are we saying that if we did incremental development over the next 10 years, we cannot be able to realize the value that Adani wants to give us? You understand? Anytime you're concessioning an asset like that, be assured that the value is going to be extracted is going to be greater than what will be taken will be far greater than what we'll benefit from. So and for me, I think it's also a matter of our pride. How do you give in India, guys are protesting about this company. Then you've got guys yet going to do due diligence in India. What do you mean due diligence in India? Due diligence has been done for you. Even the Indian Congress itself is saying, anyways. Unaenda huko vile kuja Ivano wa nini yuko TikTok unajua mtaani ni kunoma. Jamani kwamba chorea bana hiyo base mras manzeta kuteka. Na ndio unaenda kuinvestigate huko sasa. Tu mras unataka kuja manage maneno yako. Akwa security yako akotia kwa anachunga mtaa. Msi hiyo siku ndio utaona vile hujawahi iona. Hiyo siku watu watakuwa top shota mtaani nzima. You know, that's what the guy said. But go check that guy out. It's very interesting. This is the reality. We can't have this whole policy that we have as a country of tumetulia sana, and we've adopted a very interesting perspective. We are all going to occupy JKI. What are we to occupy JKI? What feasibly are we doing? It's not like we're stopping flight operations. It's not like we are in any way impeding on the operations of the airport. Tukienda occupy, how long can we stay there? There's someone who said this in terms of war. Okay, amateurs discuss tactics, professionals discuss logistics. Because if an army is on the ground, sawa, you'll go onto the ground mtapigana. Where is your water so you can keep fighting? Wapi risasi za kuristock after mshamaliza zile before you finish your supplies? How are you able to keep your men actively supplied so that the pace of war does not stop? Ama the momentum haisimami. Unaelewa? So a lot of times you talk about, let's go and occupy JKIA. But we're going to go home in the evening. And guess what? People will catch their flights. The following morning, kabla ubabile zote kuja JKIA tena. No one is going to report to work no one is going to come to JKIA like they're going to work. In other words, what I'm trying to say is we've been discussing tactics for a very long time. If we were serious, we should be talking about logistics of sustaining something like that. That's when now you know you're talking serious business. Otherwise, kuna tu kwa hivyo tu hiyo ni kwa kweli, we've already done that whole thing ya kutokea, and we saw how for as long as those guys felt that they could contain us, as long as they knew by 6 p.m. tumetoka, hakuwa na shida. You understand? Something sustained requires a lot of thought. Me, this is what I want us to do. I want us to start producing alternative narratives for development for this country to counter the nonsense that these thieves are giving us. Because ni wezi. And they have no pride in themselves. They have no national pride. Yani mtu nakataliwa kwao unamchukuaje huko amanage affairs zako? What do you mean? You know? And they will continue telling us stories. Watatuambia, airport lazima me angalia mtu kama government spokesman. Paul, I'm going to land this very quickly. Government spokesman anajaribu ku defend the indefensible. You can't defend that level of theft. It's almost like when you get into this government, you have to leave your brain at the door. You know, it's ridiculous. And me, if you ask me, sisi tuko na akili. We need to be able to control the narrative about the situations of corruption in this country. That's what Morara is doing. Morara decided, fine, you guys are telling us you're launching projects. You want to see sijui nini and nini is happening. You don't show us the way to this development because you're launching projects. He said, Sasa, let's see the ones you've launched where they are right now. You to know where this trajectory of yours is going. And true to form now, these guys are trying to control the narrative, saying that the government will audit the projects ambazo wameinitiate. Mpaka unashindwa serikali kwani ilikuwa launch project bila project management plan. You get? You have a project plan, you've got your timelines. Contractor is raising certificates after reaching particular milestones. So this whole idea that the government is going to audit the project naenda is actually bullshit if you ask me. Ni upuzi tu tunapakwa tu, yani where I come from usiko hakoma shuru, unapakwa mauji. Unaona? It's ridiculous. Mimi ndasho kitu moja. We have to take control of the narrative. For as long as for as long as the hunter writes the narrative, yes, naland. For as long as the hunter ndio anaandika the story, the man will always be the victor. It won't be the lion. So they've taken control of the narrative. So we must take it back and counter with facts. Morara ameshaanza. Now us guys should come back with how can we should present an alternative development plan for this country. Ndivyo watu wache kutupanga mafala, and we disseminate that everywhere, all platforms. So that when they tell us we need the airport to be built, to tell them no, we can build it this way. So this path you're taking us on is clearly stupid. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, wasikilizaji wenza. Santeni. Oh, I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fly High. I wanted to just correct something I think you said there. So with this, okay, first of all, before I even say anything, I'm looking at if you look on the Jumbotron, the first thing that I posted up, a tweet from Wanyama. It's a Google Drive, like with 2 documents. I'm looking at the one that's labeled feasibility report or something like that, and I'm on page 167. So with this model they're trying to impose, it's gonna have okay, let's just say it's 0 to 3, so basically 4 phases, and right now we're in phase 0. So this phase 0 is meant to end 2026, end of 2026, beginning of 2027, and then that's where you're saying that they're meant to get these 2 rapid exit taxiways from runway 06/24, and you can even see the whatever, like the proposed, like what it's gonna look like in that image there if you're following through. Then they start phase 1, and then that's when they're focusing on the terminal building itself. Phase 2, now this is when they introduce like a second runway, and their intention with this is to increase the traffic. So you have this area in between 2 runways that's called the transgression zone, I think it's called. And what that area allows you to do is to have like maybe more than 1 plane taking off at the same time. So like one on one runway, the other one at the other runway, or landing 1 plane on one runway, the other on the other runway. And they've done it in a way that the distance between it will allow exactly like for that operation. So the issue isn't that they're going to or planning on building these, whether it's runways or terminal buildings or whatever. I read that they're gonna have the upstairs for international, the one for international domestic departures or whatever it is. So that's not the problem. The problem is, do we not have the manpower to be able to carry out these like construction things? Like we're Kenyans, we're smart, we have people that can do all this manual labor. We are able to carry out this job ourselves. And looking at the terms and conditions, that's the problem. The problem isn't that they can, what they're promising on doing. It's just, why are they the ones that are doing it? We can do this ourselves. We can raise money ourselves, pay our own taxes. Why are they the ones that are coming in? Anyways, I hope that makes sense. Fly High. Like I said, that document is on the Jumbotron. Go to page 167, 168, and just go down there. You can see the proposed plans. Okay, so for now we'll go to Mweru. Hi, Mweru. Mweru, can you hear me? Hey, okay. Josephine, hi, you're back. Can you hear me now? Josephine.
Josephine, unasikia binti?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you? Can you hear me?
Very offended, actually. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. And you?
Me, I'm offended.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, you should not get offended. It's only that you couldn't hear me well. And the phone was a little bit far. Now so I had to come up and pick it. I'm sorry for that. And I'm sorry. Also, I apologize to the fellow Kenyans, wherever you are. Good evening once again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, KOT, Ayo, and Binti. I really appreciate. Sorry. I need to submit as follows. regarding our country and our international airport. Let's tell ourselves the truth. And this is the truth that each and every Kenyan would want to come out and speak about it, because this is our airport. Sorry. Na sio tafadhali. For the first thing, I want you guys to retrieve back at your mind. And since when we got independence, remember for the first time our country, the airport was on blackout. It's when Kipchumba Murkomen became the waziri. What does that tell you? Not once, not twice. Again, the only time we have seen our airport leak is when Kipchumba Murkomen was the CS. Why has it not been happening all years back? And now they are coming here to tell us because we are not able to sustain our airport, it has to be given to Sijui Kinanani. Fellow Kenyans, what I'm saying is this, very simple. Let those Adani whatever take our airport at their own risk. But we are not going to allow them. We need to stand firm and amplify this and say we are not going to allow them even to do a single thing in our airport. Every other day, if they take it, we will be there with them so that they can know that they will not do anything in our country. And that is the only thing we can do, and I keep on amplifying this. I beg to differ with Mr. MM for saying that we start contributing to rebuild, yet we are actually paying taxes day in, day out, and now we start saying we go and contribute so that we start working on to repair our own airport. Let our monies do that. Our role and our duty is to supervise the government which is in office, which we elected and it disappointed us to do what they are supposed to do. And if they can't, let them pack and go. The country belongs to us, and they can resign and they give us an opportunity to elect other leaders who can run our country. But saying we go and contribute, yet we are paying taxes hurriedly. We are even not, we barely cannot feed our own selves. We cannot feed our own children because we are already contributing, and then now we start saying tuanze kuchanga again. Guys, I don't think that's the right direction. We need to speak out clearly so that everyone hears what they need to hear and know that it's our responsibility. Empower circle. Like here now we are around 103, I think 203 or something. If you talk to 3 people or 10 people around you and make them understand this issue, everybody will stand firm, and we are going to amplify this, and we will find ourselves even 1,000, 2,000 in this space, trying to say that we are amplifying this. Our airport, it has to be retained. We do not want to sell our airport to anybody. We do not want to rent our airport to anybody. I think that's very key to me. And if we are agreeable, we can do all what it takes to ensure that at least everybody comes together with 4 to 5 people. And with that, we shall ensure that actually we amplify our voices and we have to be heard. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Once I think again, I'll request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Josephine, for always coming on the mic. And yes, we're paying taxes, guys. So, hey. Anyways, let's go to Mweru. Mweru, can you hear me now? I tried it before, but I'm not sure if you're on the mic.
Yeah, I hear you now. Sorry about that. I didn't. I just wanted to give people an update because according to this deal, and I appreciate what you guys have been doing today. You guys have dedicated the whole day to push this agenda and make sure the tweet, the hashtag is, trending. So I wanted to give you guys an update. I posted on the comment section the petition that the team of lawyers in Kenya were doing pro bono work to compile a petition, and they will petition in India to the opposition party and to the High Commission of India. So I posted it. So all you guys need to do is just read it first and then retweet. You don't have to retweet, but please at least read it. Because they really mostly based the petition on the fact that on page 135 of this proposal, they claim that there's supposed to be public participation and it didn't occur. So they're objecting and they're hoping that, we have to do what we have to do at this point. So this is one initiative that I really like that some of the lawyers in Kenya came up with. So if you don't mind, read it and retweet. Also, I'm waiting for a confirmation that one of the news stations in India is going to cover the petition and also the protest. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. But we cannot give up. We have to fight these people 100%. We cannot just sit and take this. We can tell all this has been highly manipulated, even the fact that there's leaks in the airport and blackouts, and we know all this is just a scheme. So we're not going to fall for it. So I agree with KOT and the rest of you that are organizing the protests. We have to protest. The more we push this hashtag, they're paying attention, and the bad publicity they're getting from this, they're paying attention, and the protests too as well. That is going to help. But we cannot give up and sit down and resign ourselves to this. No, we won't accept this nonsense. We're already generating enough revenue. Okay, the airport itself is generating enough revenue by itself, so we don't need this Adani people coming. And it's very crazy that they have the nerve to make a deal where they insist that we grant them visas for them and their dependents, and they're not even telling us how many people they're actually going to bring. So we're just giving them an open space. We give them the airport, and they'll bring in whoever they want, and how many of them, and we just grant them visas and work permits, and they'll be in this anyway. So I just wanted to give you guys an update in that regard. That is still being worked on, and the status of the petition. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maru. I've put that petition on the jumbotron as well, and that's the one I was saying that they're gonna try to also like petition it, may I say, from the Indian government side. So rather than us doing it through our lawyers and our governments, because they seem to be very useless, not the lawyers, just the government, we'll try and like go through the Indian government side and stop it from that side of the spectrum. Okay. And also, yes, please keep us updated on that coverage if you're able to, please. Thank you. I will go to the El Shafei. Shafei?
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Bad evening to you too.
Yeah, me, I just have like just a few remarks to put on across, and I wouldn't put in a point form, but just a spoken word. And with this, it has a title called "What's Left for Us." So, in the upbringing for us as the youths of today, too many hardships, just like a cargo ship being steered by a group of sheep. Until place tumefika ni God. We are yet to live our lives to a life we desired that our parents only foresaw as a dream. Even though wazazi walituficha from the truth, knowing better that a prophet of doom and lies will emerge, only scratching lies from his body ndio apate flies kama followers. Wenyewe wahenga na walevi walipopatana walimaka na kusema, ongea ukweli ulale njaa. Sisi ndio maslave kwa hii prison full of kunguni, ready to suck you bila huruma, bila kujali sacks umevaa. Mtukufu lies as they said. Abductions zime happen out of the blue. Stating mission is the king. Hii ilikuwa vision ya kipofu ambaye hawezi ongea. Cause of the empty stomach. Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. But the statement imekuwa diverted different sana. Caesar amegeuka mkoloni, maskini, akuibie, akujengee na bado akuuzie. Yaitwa ukoloni mambo kesho. Caesar zilitumika kumchuja Kaiseri ndiposa Zakayo akazaliwa. Mkombozi wa ongo, uongo mwingi, manifesto bure na kadhalika. Zakayo shuka ilikuwa maombi ya mapadri wenye wamejaza vitambi na taxpayers money. Utumishi kwa wote iligeuka utumishi kwa wote wenye hela. Makanisa yameoza ni venye tu hatujasikia uvundo, but it's there in our own naked eyes. Though bishop na pastors wako na vitambi kushinda Asha na Tresha. We only treasure our stomachs rather than our tomorrow. Courts have lost to a ruler who is clueless where power comes from. They say the system is rigged, but hata Rigathi alitaka kuchagua system yake, mikosi ya mrima inamuandama. What is left for us? Nauliza, what is left for us if our own leaders wanatuuza kama njugu karanga kwa streets, Kanjo akitokea inakuwa sherehe kwa wapita njia? Our futures are stolen by the system, but not yet. They are not sunken into darkness. Inabidi mimi na wewe tusimame tisti kama karao wa traffic akifinyiwa chwani kwa mkono. We don't have enough time cause shida haiwezi isha. The only time we have is now. Mtukufu Lais, you have done enough for us of zero benefit cause all this only fits in your stomach. The system sucks every time cause how on earth mafuriko yamejaa ilhali unapatia watu msaada wa mchele na maharagwe. Enyewe hii ni jela. Ni venye wengi wetu we are so blindly folded with the sympathy na machozi ya fisi anapolia kiu. A new regime is coming. Fagia upesi upesi. Hata kama haraka haina baraka. Hiyo haraka ndio nguzo yetu. There's no even land to till for us to have food, only praying for good governance ndio tuweze kuishi vipoa. Which doctors are advertising jobs whereby hata kazi zao hazina wateja. Conmen kila kuchao. Heri niende prison mahali sina majukumu, just only my stomach to feed. Life imekuwa hard to an extent hoka anauzia hoka mwenzake being her own productivity. Na activities zinaendelea usiku ni chafu, mchana utaambiwa manifesto na propaganda za kutenga. Enyewe tumetengwa na hii ilikuwa agenda number 1, maliza mama mboga, watu wa boda, students, makanga, wakulima wadogo, etc. Hapo tulitupishwa mbao even though mbao yenyewe haina value. Kenya ni yetu sote. Ask yourselves if mtukufu Lies is doing all this witchcraft the name of manifesto. What is really left for us? Binchi,
Where? Yes, the Al-Shafe, sorry.
yeah, so
Thank-
that was my message for today night. And I will just like before I drop KOT Sonko just to say something about it.
Sorry, say something about?
I would like KOT Sonko to say something about my message.
Buddha, your message is
Hey,
straight
bro.
home.
The message.
Okay, just a moment. Your message is straight home. I've been listening to it keenly. Una make sense sana. You're so on point na ume dissect hizo issues venye zinafaa kudissectiwa, and I really loved it. I really loved listening to it, by the way, and that's why I didn't even stop you, because I knew this is not the time for the presentations, but that was quite something. It was an exception. Thank you very much for coming through.
I'm glad. Back to you, Binti.
Okay, bro. So personally, Binti, just a minute. So, bro, but imekuwa time sana before you joined these spaces and contributed, because I've known you since this movement started. You have been injecting through the spoken words, and so the message is home. It's a very nice message. Honestly, I think you should work closely na how akina nonini kina oeba, yeah? And of course you can come up with something good about the scam deals zenye tuko nazo Kenya kama Adani. So you have a good talent, honestly. Yeah, you have a good talent.
Thank you.
So you keep injecting, bro, and always come here on the spaces, request for the mic. Do it the way you have done it, because you never know. You can get a chance to record something good with these big nini artist kama kina nonini. So just keep doing it, bro. Thank you so much.
I'm glad.
The Al-Shafe, I have a request. Can we get the what should I call it? Like not the lyrics, but the lyrics, because I know I'm sure there's some things that bettered me, myself and I. If I had to go, it's a kind of shika somewhere inside there. So please send us if you have a PDF or something, we can just put on the jumbotron and we can all read it again in our spare time, or just post it yourself and we can retweet it. But
Okay,
thank you very much. Thank
I'll
you.
I'll just do it and post it on my timeline.
Sawa. Thank you very much. Are you back?
Back like a vertebrate, back like I never left.
Sawa, twende kazi, endelea.
Shikuku alikuwa ameongea na sijasikia Hana pia alikuwa ameongea.
Actually, yeah, give Hannah first, just because she was here before, and then we'll come to the rest afterwards.
Hannah, all right. Hi, Hannah. How are you doing? On a scale of 1 to 10, how offended are you?
I'm 100% offended. Am I clear? Good. I'm very, very much offended. There's everything that you guys have talked about, but there's one thing you guys haven't touched, and I'm going to explain it to you. Because I'm from diaspora. Most of people who are in diaspora, they actually know what it takes to integrate into a system that is not theirs. First of the problem is either you are born by birth in that area, that place, so that is good for you, you get your ID, either you register or else you are married. These people are going to be given a 30-year contract. You know what it means, 30-year contract? 30 years contract. That person is going to integrate, add more to your number of population. So you have to have a system that's going to accommodate them. That is how even us in diaspora, we are accommodated. It's either positive or negative. If you are not able to be accommodated, they will ask you to leave. If you're well accommodated, that means you're working and performing and bringing value to their system. Now these people, they are given a 30-year contract. To be a Kenyan, it's very easy. I swear. I have seen a Nigerian, so many Nigerians with a Kenyan ID and Kenyan passport. If you ask them, how did you get them? They will tell you, easy peasy. What Kenyans lack is manners. So what they do is give money. They get everything. We as Kenyans, we are in that system. We can't even get our own IDs. I had to struggle to get my ID. Had to go with my dad and my mom and my brother to show them, mimi si Somali, mimi si Ethiopia, so that I can be given an ID. Imagine even if I'm Somali or I was an Ethiopian, if I was a Kenyan, why are you unanibagua kwa nini? Ati ID ya mama yako ni ile ya kitambo sana, so they need to have the new. Those people, they are old right now. Why are you stressing them? Why are you stressing them? So you imagine these people are going to be given a 30-year deal. To be a Kenyan, you just need 7 years. 7 years to be a Kenyan. After 7 years, you have worked in Adani, you can go show them that you're working in Adani, and you're given a Kenyan citizenship. PAP. Double. The Kenyan people, those people who are working in embassies, the Kenyans working in embassies, if you are recruited in Kenya to work in a specific embassy, let's say in Paris, those people, they cannot be given identity cards za huko, wanapewagwa working card. Once they are finished, maybe your contract is 7 years or 2 years, manzo unarudishwa nyumbani. You cannot renew it unless you go back home, you renew, then you come back. So imagine these people are going to be given open contract. I have visited the Paris big CDG, we call it CDG airport. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. It is big. And do you know who are taking care of that thing? Arabs and Mauritius. And also we have this group called Madagascar. And imagine how Madagascar inakaa. Shame on us, Akiama. Shame on our people. Shame on ourselves. Those are the people who come from, they are the working force. They are the ones who are tilling, removing bags. It is well arranged. What is lacking in Africa is one thing, and I will always stress it. The energy to give to your people. We have this president who died, prime minister who died in Singapore called Lee Kuan. Lee Kuan had two options once he became the prime minister of Singapore. One, either he becomes rich and he makes his family rich like the Ruto and not exception, or make the country rich. And the man looked around and said, yes, I'm going to make my people rich. And they were worse than even us. Sisi tuko na minerals. Wao walikuwa wanauza mpaka bangi, wallahi wanaletea cocaines so that they can kill each other. How do you know Adani is not going to bring that thing in Kenya? You have already given them this exclusivity. Do you know what they eat back there home? Mnaletewa majuice zenye si juice actually. Zimetengenezwa. I mean food processing. I mean food in relation with food. But when you see things that come from India, you are like, no, even them themselves, they don't want to eat. So nyinyi mtaletewa. What will you say? Then you give them that area, wajenge. That area is not supposed to kujengwa. That area is supposed to be emergency area. In case of ndege yanguke, ama ndege iko, it has a place to land so that it don't fall on people. It's not that we are lacking land. The land is there. That thing can be built. And let me tell you one thing. When it comes to building airports, come to building roads, Kenyans, we are usually being taken as wajinga of the wajingas of the world. To build a sustainable road that will stay for 30, 40 years, you have to make it like the foundation of a house. Wacha nikwambie, I had to sit down mimi na wazimu yangu because I always ask myself, why do things work outside here? And when we go back home, things do not work. Even as ourselves, we have to make ourselves do things. Hii kazi yako, unaona mtu ametengeneza barabara na anatengeneza na kuja na kumwagia hapo rama, and then you just walk as if nothing. It does not make you wonder, why is this person doing it like this? And it's not supposed to be done like that. Wanamwagaga wanachimba. Once wanachimba, wanatengeneza, wanamwaga simiti, wanapanga layers kama unajenga nyumba. Then unamwaga simiti, makokoto, then simiti again. Then afterwards ndio wanamwagilia maram ya juu ile hiyo ya black. Barabara inabakia 30, 40, 50 years. Au utaona ka pothole kakijengo, unapiga picha. Watu wanapigaga picha ati kuna pothole hapa, inaenda directly kwa mayor anakuja. The next 2 days, within 2 days ameambiwa aende. Amemwagiwa pesa ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Pothole, it's not supposed to we are not supposed to have potholes in the barabaras. Why are we accepting such things? This is so dangerous. Me, I'm angry. Why am I angry? Because me, if anybody, like the government of Kenya, would have told diasporians, listen, this thing which we called airport, we want to make it beautiful, we want to make it big, we want to make it to the standards of the international level. So let's do this, wasewa wako diaspora. Help us. Fungueni till number, lakini kabla wafungue till number, let them give us the right information. The same thing happened to the dam ya Ethiopia. That Renaissance dam, that's what they did. And it was already told in advance. They did not do it like we are doing it at Sijui Talk. You don't even know when that deal was stricken and how long that it took because hizi ni deals zenye zilikuwa zimestraikiwa nao wakiwa out of the government before they came in. The Renaissance Dam, it's not the person who built it right now that made that thing. It was before. That ule prime minister akona macho to specs to around kama scientist. That is the person. And he said, give us money, give us money. And I'm telling you, I have Ethiopian friends. They gave their full salary. They gave their full salary. Why? Because they knew once the Renaissance Dam is full, there is electricity. And once there is electricity, there will be workforce. And because there's factories, people are going to work. And that way, those who are in diaspora, they're not going to be ati nipatie black tax, nipatie black tax. No, there will not be black tax. Mtu hata nipigia simu uniambia ati unajua hakuna kazi. No, unaenda kazi yako. Sasa auntie, sasa sister, sasa we just do not have that energy of giving ourselves the benefit of doubt. We so much doubt each other. We do not love ourselves. Munasemanga we love Kenya. Yes, as a country, yes, we love Kenya as a country. But we do not love each other as brothers and sisters. So we have to bring back Ubuntu in our minds, in our hearts. That ule mwenye tunaweka pale on the government, haendi kusimama hapo because of his own interest, kwa sababu sijui ali spend thousands and thousands of money so that akakuwa elected. No, ni kwa sababu amesimama pale, he has a vision, na hii vision ni atoe kwa kichwa aiweke kwa barabara ama aiweke kwa reality. The problem ni wako na vision zimebakia kwa kichwa. Mtu ana mdomo tu écoute, je ne veux pas, je sais pas. Mnatusumbua kichwa. We are stressing. Kenya, we are always in a permanent. Yani kama roho inataka kutoka kwa mwili. Kwa nini roho itoka kwa mwili akiama east west mara ni huyu? Every time politic. We are supposed to be talking about economy, not politic every time. Kila time mtu anafunguka TV. Yani, for example, I take one full year. I'm not going to listen to Kenyan TV. After 1 year, I open the TV. I'm telling you, it's the same shit all the time. Same. Shule zinachomeka, hospitali hakuna madawa, sijui what. We are tired. You are stressed. Damu inapanda. You even do not have the energy of taking the phone and calling your people because you are tired. Kwa sababu unajua, the minute tutawapigia, watakusumbua. Na wanakusumbulia nini? Vitu za ujinga. Nitumie hii. Wao wako hapo. So we also as like young people have to do our community service. If we are not going to do our community service, there's no need for us to talk. Huwezi sema tu uko kwa area kama Githurai for example, hakuna mti, mnapigwa na dust January mpaka December unless ile time ya June, July mvua inanyesha, and then there you are, unasema ati life is hard. Yes, life is hard. Kula chenye ulikuwa unataka. Mti moja huwezi panda hapo. Mti moja, kamti kamoja, useme leo nimejitolelea na panda mti moja. Mwaka mzima useme sitaki hata mti moja peke yake. So we also have to love ourselves. Where we stay, it has to be proper, not only inside but also outside, because the way mi nakwambia, we always have this saying in other countries. If you want to know a person's heart, go to the kitchen and go to the toilet. If the person is clean, then the heart is clean. So it's the same thing as what is going on with Adani. They are bringing you all this shit because they know very well they are not clean inside. They do not care about us. Sisi sio watu kwao. That's why they are killing us and nobody will they will not care. Tutanunua hizo guns, tutanunua hizo bullets with our own taxes. Watatukimbiza mpaka hata huku kwenye tunakimbiza huku na KRA. Hana, please register your money. Huh? Then afterwards watatuua na hizo bullets. It is not the first time, it will not be the last time unless we change. We have to change the system completely. And it does not start with, no, it starts right now, right here. Unless we do that, there's no way. But let me, msidanganywe that we cannot change that Adani deal. We will change that Adani deal. The Adani people, they already know, by force, by fire. If they put themselves in that dangerous situation, they will have to bear their own problems themselves. That is my all. Thank you very much for the mic. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Hey, your energy has incited me. Guys, let's keep this going. Don't forget to hashtag stop Adani. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, brought to you by KOT Sonko. I've got my co-host here with me, Ayo. We also have Wanyama. We're doing a marathon. Wanyama was hosting that marathon, and we also have Kawino and Rabia. So 24 hours, we still have a lot of hours left. So guys, come to the mic. We want to hear your voices. How do we stop this Adani? And speak to us about these documents coming out every now and then. So remember to again tweet hashtag stop Adani, and we'll go to Shikuku. Shikuku.
Yeah. Thank you, KOT. Now, what I want to say about this Adani is that I want to go back a little bit. How these things have come about. You know, most of young people are wondering how we are in this mess. Why are these guys being moving around with impunity, selling everything without a care in the world? When you come out on the street to tell them, no, what you're doing is wrong, they shoot at us, they kill us. Now, when we go back, the moment the rain started beating us was around 1988. The 1988 elections, the Mlolongo elections, there was no much money involved. The moment money came into Kenyan politics, into Kenyan campaign as per se, was 1992. And that's the moment I remember my old man saying, this culture of politicians dishing out money will lead to a very, very bad situation in future. I'm telling you this because by that time you'll be suffering the consequences. I'll be long dead. And yes, he died in 2012. So when the money came into the Kenyan politics and the people, the voters started accepting the money from the politicians, they endorsed the habit. And now the politicians were working on seeking more money for the next election cycle. And the next, every election cycle come 97, the money that was being dished out grew. When it came to 2002, that was the golden opportunity. And sometimes many might disagree with me, but at times I say, for me, Kibaki was not that a good, was not a very good president. Yes, he had positives like the economy, but the negatives, the impact of the negatives that he let slide are the worst.
Bro, sorry, but who was the treasury? Who belonged to it? Can you bring us to that? Thank you.
The treasury, as in terms of what? How do you the person running
the ministers, the people? Look at this. We have Musali Mudavadi, we have Kalonzo, we had that time during my regime that, yes. So that we can have it today. And yeah, come on.
Yes, at the time Musalia Mudavadi was there. In 1992, Musalia Mudavadi was at finance. Musalia Mudavadi had been at finance at 1992, if I remember correctly. Before him was Kibaki, was before, and then he resigned and then joined the multi-party movement in 1991. And then Mudavadi came in. Mudavadi, at the time, unless I check, but Mudavadi was the one in charge of the treasury. And that's when the culture of money started. I'm not absolving him of anything, but I'm saying he was the one in charge. So when the
Ras,
culture
Ras. Amos Wako, during all this shit, who made things happen so evil in Kenya was Amos Wako. Give me something.
I'm saying all politicians were guilty of this. I'm not saying somebody in particular. When I'm talking about Kibaki, I'm talking 2002. I'm not talking 1992. I'm talking about 2002. And please just listen to my statement, and then you can come in, because I was not going in that direction on Kibaki. On Kibaki, I was going on the direction whereby I was saying in 2002, this culture of money had already been in the Kenyan campaigns for 2 election cycles. So in 2002, as everybody knows, that election, money had no effect, whereby the Kano side were dishing out money, but it was not such a game changer. Why? Because the people wanted just a change.
Bro, sorry. Can you bind Mungeke in there? Because during that time is when Mungeke came in. Gone. Thank you.
Mungiki at that time was in its infancy. It was not that mature. So at the time when Kibaki came in, he had an opportunity. There was goodwill for ending this.
Can you give me something, please satisfy me. Kibaki aliingia, and there was Mungeke, and that he killed his own people, young generation like GZs. That time, me, myself, my brothers. Yeah, seriously. So Nakutayani, what was happening there? And that time he has just come in. Give me something. I'm just asking for that. Okay?
For me, my point was basically when he came in, he had an opportunity not to entrench tribalism. He had an opportunity not to entrench politics of money, but he did not seize the moment. Tribalism was more entrenched. That's why it came to 2007. Things came to a head. Why did 2007 come to a head? Because of tribalism.
Wait a minute, bro. And the KANU, 1997, KANU held its first Mulolongo, its first elections. Mulolongo, sindio?
Mulolongo was 88.
Yeah, the last Mulolongo, that one for party elections, the KANU from 1963, sindio?
Yes.
Are we together here?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, lakini Amos Wako, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave Amos Wako around there because he was the IG. You know, IG way to have advocate kwa koti. I'm fired up, bro. Come on, man.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Amos Wako, yes, Amos Wako played a huge part. Amos Wako, Msalem David, there's nobody who was in that. Even Kalonzo Musyoka, all those people were in that WhatsApp group. All these people participated in these shenanigans that have brought about this suffering.
Guys, let us have decorum on this space, kindly. So, Rastan, I think you'll respond to Shikuk immediately he's done with his submission, kindly, because we're having this disruption the communication if we are having 2 speakers speaking at a time. Kindly, let us observe that.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me just, if Ras will give me some time, let me just finish what I was saying, because he has even messed up my train of thought. So I was saying in 2002, there was an opportunity to change the course of Kenyan politics, but that opportunity was not seized. So the money grew and the corruption, and if there's a correlation you can see, from 1992, when money enters, you can see the Kenya shillings starts dropping. You can see the economy starts lacking off. In 97, it gets worse. And if you just take on the dollar, it was 20, it came to 40, it came to 63. By 97, the dollar was around 63 to the Kenya shillings. In 2002, it had gone about 70 or 80, if I'm not wrong. So you can see the correlation between money in campaigns and economic decline. Because these people have to get money from somewhere. And therefore, we, the voters, are also guilty, and very guilty, in fact, because it's we who are taking the money, so we were encouraging the habit. So they were taking more, because you can see right now they are taking billions. Back in the 90s, they were taking a few millions, 10 million, 20 million, 40 million. But now they have grown bolder with every election cycle. So we as the voters right now, it's time for us.
Hey, golden bag, golden bag. No. Golden bag issue, yes, I thought.
Guys, are we able to allow other people to speak hadi wamalize tafadhali? Rastan, stop being unruly. Stop being unruly. Just allow someone to finish up. Your time will come. Unaona huyu Hana Ali amekuwa kinua hapa mkono, hata nilifaa kuenda kwake. Amekuwa kinua mkono hapa for the last 30 minutes. Na wewe Rastan bwana. Allow other people to finish or land, then you can always rebuttal. Let's be it is 2024. Tusibehave ni kama tuko 1931. Tafadhali guys. Thank you, very important. Please finish up, alafu we go to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you. So what I was saying is that the economy decline and the political elite taking more and more from the coffers is correlated. And now that's why I'm really in support of Morara's idea of campaign financing. Because guys, if we don't fix campaign financing, we will be in this problem. Because even right now, as we are looking for dissolution of parliament, if parliament is dissolved next week, we, the Gen Z, the millennials, who are even anybody who's supporting our movement, we are not ready. Why are we not ready? We don't have structure. We don't have the money. So unless we fix campaign financing and we start it by ourselves, because I'm sure there are some very good guys with tech who can design, for example, a website or an app whereby, for example, if I contribute to the campaign for Morara, for example, it can reflect, and therefore anybody can see that we have raised this much, and this much has gone to this, and this much. It's us to start such a system. Because if we don't do it, because right now these guys in the political class are laughing at us because they know we don't have the means. And that's why you can see they have brought a bill to curtail fundraising. We must fight that bill, because if we don't fight that bill, our movement is dead. Because there are no Gen Z or millionaires or or even a boomer who supports us. Most of them don't have the financial capability. So if we don't fight that fundraising bill is coming to kill our movement before we even think of anything else. So that fundraising bill is an enemy, and the enemy of all of us is the police. That's why they're selling the airport. They're selling the airport because we have given them time and again, they have gotten away with it. We should not give them any more. Now it's out to reform ourselves, raise our money, and then go for them full 100. Because if we don't, we are doomed. Thank you.
Asante sana, Shikoko. I'd probably go to Hannah. Hannah, your hand has been up for a while now. Then I'll go to Japonji, then Psychosins. Hannah, good evening. Talk to us.
Actually, hold on.
Good,
Before you go
good
to
evening.
Japan, you go to Connect first.
Just okay,
Yeah,
sawa.
you've given me. Thank you, Binti. Thank you very much, KOT, Ayota, Binti, and all Kenyans na habari yenu wakati yote ilipo. To be honest, KOT and Ayoti, I don't know, to be quite honest. My friend Shikuku here is talking about a bill of fundraising bill. You know, are we kidding ourselves? Are we treating a symptom instead of treating the actual disease? Are we just are we still putting band-aid on things that we need to rip the band-aid off and actually give it a proper clean and antibiotics? You know, why are we even talking about fundraising bill? If law was working, my friend, you've got all registered parties have a certain amount that they're given from the coffers of the government. That's number one. Number two, there has to be transparent of who is actually donating to that
to that party, and the expenditure of campaign, it has to be transparent. So you leave all those laws that are bended, and then we are worried about a bill that is coming up. This is a joke, you know. The amount of money each party is using, it has to be declared. Who is donating to them has to be declared. A cap is there for them not to go beyond that cap. What does that cap mean? It means you, Shikuku, if you want, if you're in a certain party and you get some donation, you can use this much as this other people. But the more money they're using is because they're not following the law. So if you're worried about something about a bill of fundraising, but fundraising is not an issue. It's not an issue. But anyways, now Salimia, for me, it's about Adani. You know, I've got so much question. I've lost energy. I've lost all hopes, and I don't want anybody else to feel the way I feel. But that is me. Adani, I cannot even touch it with a pole. Me, if I had my own company today, I would not even call them to clean my house. Forget about giving them an airport. That's how much corrupted they are. But my question to you, fellow Kenyans, is this. Tulifikaje hapa mahali tuko? That's question number one. I'm going to keep it short, Ayoti, sorry. My question number one is this. Tulifikaje where we are? Like this politician now and this regime of Ruto, they've reached a point where it's totally like they're telling it, they're putting it right in our face. Hawaoni haya tena. You know, it's not about, no, it's this na kujitetea, no. A company that is actually going down under with so much corruption and so much question and integrity that they have the audacity to not even to find a company that has some legitimacy that they can say to Nawapatia Airport. They've reached a point where they do not care what we think. It's right in our faces. What can you do about it? That is what the government, that is the attitude I'm getting from the government. Hatufichi kama mbeleni. Yes, Adani is is rotten to the core. It's corrupted. It's this, it's that. It's going down under. But guess what, Kenyans? What can you do about it? We are selling it to them. When did we reach here, KOT and IOTA? When did we reach here? You know, now I've reached to a point, selling an airport, giving an airport to some, for me, that is my sovereignty. Now I'm asking myself, are we even sovereign? How much worse are we into this deep shit? You know, how worse it is. Because this Adani thing to Kenyans, it has been a whistleblower and a Kenyan person who got all these documents and they're doing a good job, Kenyans. But this politician are saying, you know, shove it up your backside. We do not care. So when did we get here? From corruption, that now our sovereignty is in question. They're threatening our sovereignty. Are we sovereign if we give our airports to somebody? Those the entry point of a country. That is like saying, you know what, we're not feeling this Kenyan flag. We want to change it. We're not feeling the name Kenya. We want to change it. There are some things that no government should be able to touch. Are we sovereign, wa Kenya? How much worse are we? When did we get here? I can ask questions, but I wonder when will I ever get the answer. Back to you guys.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Sorry, Binti. Where? Hey, kuna delays. Thank you so much, Hannah. I really appreciate. Binti, you had told me to go to someone before I go to Psychosins. Who was it?
Yeah, to go to Carnet. Carnet put his or her hand up for so long they even put it down. Are you still with us, Carnet?
Okay. Carnot Clark. Carnot Clark, are you there?
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Can anyone hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My preamble ni I really thank you guys, Kina KOT, Binti, Ayo, and everybody else kwa kuhold the digital protest. It has been something beautiful, and kuongea ukweli imeongeza hiyo what we call it nationalism or something in us. So thank you very much. My first point is I really don't know what the fuck are these people thinking, because hii deal ya Adani hii kitu it's just absurd, because let's start from the beginning. I'll start with the how do you call it the government land. Ka ushainunua au ushaisikia mtu amenunua au amefanya anything with government land, you don't buy government land, you lend it kinda. So ase wareli walikuwa wanafukuzwa, you una lease, then time gava inahitaji inaichukua. But kwa hii stuff ya JKA literally tunauza hii stuff then tunanunua back. Then okay, I was trying to play the devil's advocate kwa hii story, then nione what the other parties were thinking. Nikaona the best case scenario ya hii situation ni tutapata at least a 25-year-old airport at the end of this deal. And the worst case scenario ni tutauzia wase kitu nimeona wanacheza vitu za stock manipulation, so wata inflate kitu juu then watuuzia at like exorbitant fees. He makes sense at all. So it's just unajua okay, my mom is a businesswoman. Kuna kitu moja niliambia yenye bado inanigonga sahi. So biashara ni watu wawili ni wajinga wawili wakielewana, but kwa hii story mi naona tu mjinga mmoja, na mjinga mmoja ni Kenya. Kwa sasa whatever tuna make hapa he make sense at all. Tupatia wase like tuuzia wase JKA sahi, watu waende wafanye whatever wanadai, then watuuzie at whatever price wanadai. Ngoja hata niwachie story hapo. Number 2 ni in the Mau War, I've been speaking to this generation yenye walipigana.
Colonel, can I ask you a question? Poleni KOT, please. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah.
Amesema kitu alafu ukaruka. Kuna kitu umetaja hapo. I don't know if you're alluding to that, but I would love to know if that's what it is, because that's what's in my head. Umesimachana na Adani. Do you think this insisting on this company that it doesn't even make sense, a company that is going down is so much corrupt, is this, is that? I can talk about Adani until the cows come home. Do you suspect, and anybody else who will take the mic after you, do you suspect this is just a pretext? Ni hao wenyewe ndio wananunua, ni Ruto na mahooligans wake ndio wananunua wakitumia Adani as a proxy?
Okay, for me I really don't care nani ananunua hii stuff. For me it's all about the deal. If I'm making a deal, as humans we are very selfish. I want to get the best thing I can from any situation that I am. But sasa hii deal like kwangu, that's why I said the best case scenario ni after the 30 years tutapata at least a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old airport yenye at the rate yenye tuna move at like the world is moving at right now like 20 years old airport, that will be such an outdated system. So literally we'll be back in the same situation. I really don't care. Sijali kama ni Wachinko wanachukua, sijali kama ni Adani wanachukua, but the deal itself is just msali agree to it, that's a stupid person. That's a really stupid person, because sawa tumewauzia, then okay, what about at the end of the deal make sure wame run down the company down to the drain, the airport down to the drain. So at the end of it watatuuzia a piece of crap. okay, I'm not a business person, I'm an engineer, but if you understand business, please niambie what I'm not understanding in this deal, because I really don't understand hasa ni nani, and that takes me to the second point. Hasa wana like everyone mwenye anatake part in, yeah, like ame contributing to this deal ni wase tunasai kutake like tunasai kutake like wanasai kutake responsibility on that. So at the end of, okay, my idea is, mimi sijali wewe ni nani, kama umecontribute to this stuff, hii process yote, I think sahii tunasai kukeep record no matter who you are. Na mimi okay, I can do something about it. If you contributed to this, I think we should keep record. We need to know who you are na what you did. Na I think kwangu, it's not my contribution to the movement, but this is my vow to anyone I'll take. Hata kama unasikiza saa hii, I will keep record and I will make sure pahali unaishi, familia yako, like your friends, your everything, I will expose you as the person you are. Ulituuza because at the end of it all, unajua si mimi najipigania, like napigania watoto wangu, watoto wa watoto wangu, because after hii deal yote hasa wanatuuza. Naona nilikuwa nasema, okay, when you think about the Maumau, nilikuwa naongea na like my grandmother na hiyo generation yenye ilipigania stuff, walikuwa wananishow the worst part of it all ni hawa wase walikuwa wanaita the guards, the African people wenye walikuwa wanatumia like control the population. Hase we really, because hase wenye wanauza hii stuff sahii, those are the people wenye wanafanya hiyo stuff. No, hata kama watatuuza, si tafadhali au nini, hata kama watatuuza, hata kama hata make it, we have to hold them to account. We really have to hold them to account. The Ruto mwenyewe, the signatories wa hiyo deal na the government bloggers wenye wanafanya hii stuff, we really have to, unajua when you are fighting, like kuna okay, I'm losing my train of thought, nimekasirika, but we really have to hold them into account. My third point ni ngoja niende story ya maandamano, because I think the plan ni around 11th September. Maandamano, it's a good idea, but sahii tunapigana na wase wametusoma vizuri. So my question is, sijaenda maandamano. I really don't believe in fighting in a cause. I really didn't believe in fighting in a cause, but sasa wamecheza na nyumbani. If you kinishika hapa, I'm a selfish person. If it's good, it's okay with God, it's okay with me. I'm a selfish person. So maandamano, my only issue ni moja, ni we really don't have a plan. Unafikiria hiyo 11 hours watakuwa wamejipanga? Siuzi uoga or anything, hasa watakuwa wamejipanga serious. So we really have to think about, kwangu ni moja tu, we don't know. Okay, mse walikuwa hizo maandamano zote. My question is, where were the checkpoints ya police? Where were the weak points at police? Because hasa wana play like they are following a playbook. So we really need to know their playbook. The best thing about a playbook is it's very hard to divert from it. So tukilearn their playbook, tunaweza jua nini. Like kwanza hiyo checkpoints, hasa wanaendanga wakiwa ngapi, makopo wanakujanga wakiwa ngapi, wanasimamanga wapi tao, cause si ati wanasimamanga anywhere wako like tupaka hapa. It's something that there's a strategy wanafuata, and sijaisikia anywhere, sijaisoma anywhere how that's happened. So we really need to know where we really need to know what they are doing so that we can counter it. And I think tukifigure out hii stuff yote, more people watatotekelezea, cause uoga ni uoga, you know, like we are animals. The first instinct kwetu ni survival. Mi siwezi tokea place wase wanakufa. Forgive me for that, but siwezi like niko na watu wananitegemea, so I really have to think about myself. I really have to think about my family before I think about my country. That's the ladder. I'm very sorry for that. Okay. On the same point ni police reforms. So after all this, we tabaki na the same police. So we really, okay, I think we need ideas on how we can reform the police. Tusifikiria about tutafanyia training. Nimefanyia training nyingi and I go against them because instincts. And police reforms, it'll help hata sisi. You know, they say a good person ni you plant a tree that you'll never sit under its shade. You plant a tree that the future generation ndio enjoy the nini. So we have to be those good people wenye we think about the police reform sahi, because hata kama tutapigana na hii gava, the next gava, if tukibakisha police the same way, the same police wata oppress the next generation. And okay, forgive me, my points ziko all over the place. So number 4 ni the recalling and the dissolution of the parliament. I don't think your stuff inaweza work. I think some time back nilisoma about wali amend the policies za ku recall an MP. They made it so hard that you can't. Ebu angalia Kawera bado ako kazi, ni governor, and trust me, ataserve until 2027 because there are loopholes now. So unajua back like before June this year, tulikuwa all blind to the political side of our country. Tulikuwa nafikiria okay, hiyo ni siasa, siiguzi. So wasa walikuwa wamejiguard vizuri sana, and I'm not very sure Kiingereza like ngoso yangu si nzuri, so ini lugha out here anaweza angalia ni show, but I think nimesoma pahali will make it very hard to recall a place, like to call the MPs na hata kuimpeach the president. Hata sahi tukijaribu, watu wamejaribu collect signatures haziwork, wamejaribu nini haziwork. So all these constitutional ways tunafikiria we can do it, I really don't think we can, because our fighting position sahi, it's very bad. Tumeingia history ndele sahi, ndio tunatry kulearn the ropes, but hasa wamekuwa kiperfect their art for a very long time. So I really ask anyone out there clarify on that, and I'll be thankful for that. Number okay, this was number 4. Number 5, I think we really need to learn how we can change our laws such that msee yoyote anacheza any public like kitu yote inacheza any public funds ikuwe punishable by maybe life in prison au death, because murder, ukiua mtu like unafungwa for life or something, it's either life or death. But sasa msakiiba sijui public funds, tunacheza huku nje, tunafanyiwa vitimbi huko nje, lakini hakuna kitu ina happen. But I think ukiwa mtu unaua mtu mmoja, ukichezea funds za wasee, watu wanakufa hosi daily. Hata it makes sense that mse anapatiwa sijui sentence zingine hazi make sense. IG wa police sijui amefanya nini, vitimbi ametufanyia hii nchi sahii. Siku hizi hata I don't believe naweza trust any police. But sasa whatever anafanyiwa ni kuja tutakupatia punishment. What the fuck is punishment? So kwangu ni anyone mse anachezea any public funds, mse anachezea any public interest, hiyo ni sahi kwa kifo, because you're playing with people's lives. Hatuchezi like, unajua right now I feel like we are an animal trapped on a corner na tuko na sahi tuko hapa tunacheza ka nini, tunacheza ka ni mchezo. I'm very sorry but niko na responsibility, ngoja maybe nita come back. Thank you.
Asante sana Kanot. I hope nimepronounce jina lako the right way. Yeah, asante sana. But umesema una feel maandamano sahi bado haiwezi solve kitu. What do you think is the best way to go about it on that maandamano issue? Because unasema you feel like we are not organized and all that.
As I finish, I think the only thing tunaweza fanya nsaini, we need to learn their tactics, because
okay. How will we learn their tactics? Because unajua sisi hatuna like barazas, and that's why I've been saying here like probably we need to start having like leaders and everything, channel of communication, because if you say we need to learn their tactics, like sisi hatuna guns, we don't have things like that, because tukiamka tukienda tawasubuhi tupata make barricade, how are we supposed to learn from that? Like what more can we do? Because I just believe that the only thing that can rescue us is the numbers. Imagine if 1 million people just marshal party Jogoro limeja kutoka huko the corner of Outer Ring huko mpaka huko City Stadium, yote is full of people on a march to town. Do you think that can be stoppable?
I really need to take care of something. Nipatie tu maybe a minute or two.
Bana, wewe una take care of something time unauliza very pertinent questions bana. Nyinyi ndo hatustekangi kwa hizi spaces. Unauliza very pertinent questions ndio sasa mna get busy bwana. Psycho Sins bana, tuongeleshe. Umengoja hapa sana. Sawa, we go take care. Psycho Sins yo, talk to us. Psycho Sins hayuko. Tuende kwa Raymond.
Psycho Sins unasikia hiyo?
Psycho Sins anisikii. Raymond unanisikia?
Hello?
Talk to us.
Can I go on?
Yeah, go on. Nimesema nimekuita alafu nikasema uongee. Talk to us Raymond.
Go on Raymond, lakini unaweza sogea karibu na microphone yako please, because you are very far from your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Kenyans, fellow East Africans. I'm from Uganda, and I was listening to this. What is Africa's problem? Because I think we politic a lot. The politicking is high, and I think really there is pain. But I took time to try and understand the problem. And the problem is here. If you ask a Ugandan, I'm going to use Uganda. If you ask a Ugandan one question, why are you not married? They will say the woman or the women are the problem, or what you saw with Cheptegei. And then when you ask the woman will say the man. When I got a chance to go to Spain, it is interesting. I meet a 42-year-old who is not married, and I asked him, why are you not married? And then he said, I have anger issues. Now you see the difference in answers? We blame another person, they blame self. That's the difference. Where does this come from? A concept called theodicy. Theodicy is like this. If I'm coming to Kenya with my brother and we make it, who shall we thank? God. And if I'm coming to Kenya and it doesn't work, I die, my brother will blame the devil. So in Uganda, we credit another person, and when there is a problem, we don't blame that person. We blame another person. So when government is successful in, say, a road, we credit the president. When there is a problem with roads, we blame URA, including the president. You see, we don't blame the same person. And this has led to the fact that between a woman and a man, who is blamed? We even have sayings, say from Baganda, which is omwana avumya nyina, omwana omusiru, that a stupid child results into blame from the mother, which means the father is always succeeding. Whether you educate them or you don't, you're already a success story. So the woman is to blame. That's why we have now all this crisis. So we have a big mindset problem of blaming another person. If we sat down and try to solve problems, we blame another person. The previous speaker is an engineer. I don't don't know which word to use, but his perspective would rhyme with mine because of how we are taught
Raymond.
Yes.
Raymond.
Yes.
So we are having Adani company occupying Kenya. Yeah.
Yes.
They are occupying JKIA. So what do you think about Adani? Because these mongoose or these mongoloids, yeah, they are coming to take over JKIA, the only pride of East and Central Africa airport for the next 30 years. Then after that, they are going to demand for 18%. Immediately the contract is done. So what do you think about this?
It's not even the only one. There are many things that are wrong. It's absolutely evil. But this is what I'm trying to say. Unless me and you occupy those offices, which are occupied by fighting, you get, they are not occupied by conversations. They are not going to be occupied when we can't even marry a wife. We can't struggle. We are taken up by this idea of many people in a conversation and forget how to actually struggle, the fundamentals. And that's what I'm trying to take you to. That if I wake up in the morning, when I blame my brother, when will I act and be part of the military? You see, in Africa, the problem is simply expecting to be served, but not being active. And it's because we are weak, like weak men. You can talk of weak men. The problem is not the women, it's the weak men in a marriage. And that's why I've created a 3-series step model, which I've shared here, to help us become energetic. Look at what the Musevens did. The Mois, these were fighters. We are very weak. We are good at talking and not execution. Execution is building. It's a process. In engineering, we work with building. The training makes you learn to build. That's why my previous speaker was also looking like he's confused whether he's right or wrong, because society is making us seem like we should come here to talk. No, we should be builders. If you learn to build a marriage, you learn to build a company, but it's hard. Now, the president is not going, he also has interests, personal interests. He's not going to allow you You look for loopholes and get through. That is what we have to do. Otherwise, we're going to have conversations, even here listening. So when they hear us talking and lament, they are happier. They're like, now these ones are going nowhere. Because you can see powerless people. They talk a
Raymond,
lot. Yes.
Raymond, do you understand what's happening in Kenya?
To some extent. But what I know is you're not different from us.
What do you
Somewhat.
understand? What do you understand
Yes.
from whatever is happening in our country right now?
In
Currently?
Kenya, your people who think you can move a state by mass action because of the inefficiencies in the state.
Just a moment, Raymond. Just a moment.
Yes.
So
Yes,
I've asked you a question, but you've told me our people think, but you haven't told me that these are the things that are happening in Kenya. I want you to tell me, as a Ugandan from where you sit, what do you think is ailing Kenya right now? Don't tell me what other people are doing. What do you think is ailing Kenya right now?
Apart from this issue, okay, I will tell you the problem: bad governance.
So how do you fix bad governance?
Yes.
How
I
do
like
you fix
Socratic
bad
dialogue.
governance?
We go on. How do you fix bad governance? You're a republic, which means few people represent you every 5 years. Once they have power, you cease to have power.
You're not answering
now,
the
make
question.
Sure,
you are not
let me
answering the
answer.
question.
Let me finish.
Listen, just a
if
moment.
you don't give me time to listen, to finish, okay.
I want you to listen, learn to listen, and learn to answer the question as asked. One, my professor some day back taught me that when you're asked a question, don't go around the question. Answer what you are asked directly. Sometimes you're not even told to state to explain. State and explain. You're just told to state. Don't explain, state. So, according to you, what do you think is affecting Kenya right now? You told me bad governance. I've asked you from where you sit, how do you think bad governance can be fixed? Just state. Don't tell me, don't explain many things. Tell me what you think, how you think bad governance can be fixed from where you sit, according to your understanding.
Individuals rise up, create private sector, and push back on governance. Also, individuals rise up and replace people in government. The next cycle, because this is a republic. You push thieves there, you can't remove them by forcing them. You can lose your own country. Where are the people to push and create entities, create a cap? Where are they? I left government job to create a cap, to create a company, tech company. I have to employ people. The problem of the people is jobs, period. Provide jobs. But now mass action, it won't stop. We need to increase production as Africans. That's it.
I have a question to you, Raymond. What problem is ailing Uganda right now from where you sit?
Bad governance.
How are Ugandans fixing bad governance in Uganda right now?
They are talking like you, they are not. I'm just waking them up and saying we build a private sector. You need to take sacrifices, and build companies.
Have you ever been to Kenya?
No, I've not.
Okay, end of my questioning. Let's go to the next. I thought you have been in Kenya and lived in Kenya. It's okay.
With technology, I don't have to be in Kenya, my dear. Yes.
Just a moment. Raymond,
would you
it's
wish
me.
to come to Kenya?
Yes, of course. I love Kenya. If I love whites, I love humans. I love humans, absolutely. But
Okay,
humans have
Raymond.
a science, and we need to decode that. I've put it in a model. You can see power. Power is a ability to make you do what I want. So you can't
Raymond.
keep talking about me when I have more.
This is Koino.
Okay. Yes.
You've said the way to fix bad governance, especially in Uganda, you people are talking and you're talking of investing in the private sector and creating companies to employ people. My question is, I believe the bad governance in Uganda did not start yesterday. So what is the rate of unemployment in Uganda? And if you people have been creating companies to employ people, what is the rate of, what is the probably approximately what is the number of people that you people or the people that have been creating private companies have employed in Uganda? And after you've done that,
has it solved the bad governance situation in your country? If it has, well and good. If it hasn't, do you think it will work in Kenya if it does not, if it hasn't worked in your country? Thank you.
The name is, I did get the name. Oh, okay, let me answer. Now, I didn't say that people are building. I said people are talking like you Kenyans. We are talkers. We converse about things and leave them there. What I'm trying to do as a person individually, those things I've created models and so on, is to say we can build our things. And as an example, I'm one of them trying to run a small company, a tech company, working with innovation. So I'm just starting this. It is new, and it's hard. But I'm saying it is as hard as marrying. So let's not give our excuses of not marrying because of a bad government. Yes, there's a bad government, but there's a responsibility for me and you. One of them is create employment for others. Not for everyone, it's about 9% of people who can do that. So I had to look for models and say, where do I fall? Am I in the 9% or am I in the 99%? And I qualified to be in the 9%. So some people have to create these entities. That's how America is working now. The government has become smaller over time. We need to ascend. It is more of, look, if a doctor is in a health center of government, they will not run it like they run their own clinic. If they use that job to make a clinic, the clinic will serve much better purpose. It will be more organized and there will be less corruption because the health center will not exist. Where corruption is about organizing people. The bigger the group is, the more corrupt they become. Now, you guys, we don't want to create our own private sector. We want government to serve us. The same people there are going to do the same. They are humans. They are going to be corrupt.
Raymond.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mute your mic for a moment because there's a kid crying in the background.
Okay.
Mute your mic for a moment. I want us to have a conversation, and I've had someone complaining that I'm using a rude language. Guys, this is my voice. I always come out as rude, but this is just my voice. And if you've not been used to me, this is how I speak. Sorry if I come out as rude, but I'm also not sorry because this is just me. I want us to reason out. Raymond claims that we are just making noise online. We're just talking, and talking is not taking us anywhere. This talking that we've been talking has taken us somewhere. And that's why I was asking you, do you understand the issues that are ailing your country? You told me bad governance. Number two, do you understand the problems that are ailing Kenyans? You told me bad governance. There is more that is ailing Kenya than bad governance. There is more that is ailing Kenya than just corruption. We have tribalism that is being aided by our leaders, and I want you to understand that, okay? And we have a constitution that is being butchered that is ailing Kenyans as we speak. And if you tell us to create businesses, these are the same people that are creating punitive taxes to kill our businesses so that we worship them, to take in goods or whatever from them. I want you to understand that. These are leaders who are imposing taxes on our businesses so that our businesses can die. You say that you're in tech and all that kind of stuff. I completely respect that. I'm in the film business. Right now, there are punitive laws that have been put in the film business that is going to cripple the film economy in Kenya. You also need to understand that. So for me, as a 34-year-old Kenyan who's trying to put up a business, who's left employment because the big companies we are working for have huge punitive taxes that are being imposed on them so that they cannot be able to employ young people, you also need to understand that. Okay, so when I say this, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just trying to enlighten you for you to understand that these are the problems that are ailing Kenyans as we speak. Whatever might be ailing Uganda might not be it could be close, but not the same thing that is ailing Kenya. First of all, Ugandans, you have been having one president for since I was young, God knows how long. But you guys are unable to even work on that. So what have you guys done to make sure that your constitution is working for you? Because to be honest, the main reason I asked you if you've ever been to Kenya is I wanted you to understand, have you been, because I cannot speak about Uganda because I've only been to Uganda once, and I came out and I was like, I'm not coming to this country again because I saw what was happening. I'm not trying to say that Uganda is less of a country, no, but really you guys have a lot to work on in terms of even freedom of speech when it comes to, and you know why we are talking? Because we have that freedom. We really, our forefathers had to fight for that freedom of speech, where we can host a president on space and speak to him how we want and question him. For you guys, if you question Museveni, he takes you out. That is from what I understand. The friends I have in Uganda tell me so. The journalists I have in Uganda tell me so. So that is what I'm saying. You need to understand the kind of wound we are trying to heal here before you even come, and because what comes from you is like you're telling us you guys have done nothing. Yo, bro, we've done a lot. We've done a lot for us to even be here today and hosting a space. We've really done a lot. Our brothers and sisters have been killed on the streets for us to get here. So I want us to understand that fact before we feel like, Ayo is just emotional, or Ayo is becoming rude, or Ayo, so let us also try and reason. And we cannot compare countries because we come from different countries. We have been we have been led by different leaders, and we have different ideologies. So we also need to understand that. If I said anything wrong, I completely retract, but I don't think I've said anything wrong. I'm just trying to defend my points, and that's why I felt. Any other speaker can go ahead, please. I yield. Kowino.
I think let's go to Honorable Kimani. You've been here, your hand was up for a while. So yeah, Honorable Kimani, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Jambo Kenya, jambo East Africa. Nimesikia kuna watu wote wa East Africa hapa. Enyewe nyinyi tunawakaribisha Kenya. I'll go straight to my point. Capitalist. We are a capitalist country that is we survive for the survival for the fittest. Does it mean these people are taking our energy, our space and time? Because time is going to fade out. We are all going to die in a few time. I want to get you back because I know you guys know about Vatican City. Vatican City iko na kitu inaitwa Vatican Bank. Go read for yourself. When Vatican City walikuwa wanaekewa pesa nyingi sana hapo ndani na all Catholic churches. But it came a time the Vatican City could not, because of the corruption of the church, na walikuwa wataka a lot of profit. They could not control these monies directly from the bank. They had to look for financiers. Read about Robert Calvi. Read about Shidona. These are people who were even killed by Americans because of embezzling and wastage of the Vatican money. I want to tell you, my guys, read about Adani. Adani is the third richest man in the world. Third richest man in the world. So the corrupt parishioner William Ruto is trying to bring the richest people close to him so that he can continue looting Kenyans and he can go close to become one of the richest people. Are we going to continue doing the same thing over and over again? We are shouting.
Kimani,
Yes.
I just want us to be factual. Who is the third richest man in the world?
You can read for yourself. Maybe he's fifth. I'm here with Google. I'm Googling the facts. I'm not even talking from my head. I am Googling and I'm saying. So you can look at who Adani is, my friend. That is a very rich person. And that's why and already you can see he has frauds, even in India. So what I just feel is like, if Raila Odinga cannot be the AU chair, if we are selling our own JKI, my solution ni tujue venye Raila ataanguka. The next thing is we can fight from India, because if Adani has failed from India, kama tumejishindwa hapa Kenya, tumeshindwa na kwenda maandamano, tumeshindwa na kuungana, because I feel with that capitalist mentality ndio tunaona everybody is working at, from their own sides. It's either good for them but not good for the country. I believe for the country.
Kidogo, Kimani, let me ask you something, and this is not me voting for Raila, don't get me wrong. I'm just asking, how is Raila failing to get the AU seat? How will it resolve the Adani issue? How will it kick the Adani out?
My friend, someone have just said that the airport is the biggest in East and Central in East Africa, right? It is serving East Africa. If Kenya cannot be the leaders, so we have to in business kuna na hiyo kitu you have to forsake, eh? Kama kitu itakusaidia, mtu wa biashara anaweza nisaidia, hiyo kitu itakuaje? Opportunity cost. Unaachana na hiyo kitu iende. Kama hiyo itatufail, if Raila Odinga becoming the AU chair, will corruption end? With the money that you are saying Uhuru Kenyatta stole and it is in the offshores, will it come back? If the money that has gone 40 billion, will you account for them? Will all those projects that Nani have shown us, Morara, will we get those money back if Raila gets there? It is time we know that Raila is also a very bad conman that is blocking our future, because the William Ruto was the verge of being thrown out. Alikuwa shatolewa, but he was there sanitizing it.
Okay. I get your point, but my other question is, if he doesn't get it, do we get all the money back?
Either way, it is not helping us, because it's not. We have to solve the solution here, and we shouldn't.
So your point is either way, whether he gets it or he doesn't get it, we are still fucked up.
My point is opportunity cost. Yes, we'll be still fucked up, because will all this corruption end? So all those people that have gone silent on things that matter, at now because Raila has been chosen for that. I'm telling you, I was here campaigning for Kenya to have that AU seat even before Raila was appointed, because I knew Kenya was the best to benefit. Even in it has been named as the best. Nairobi is the best city to visit in 2024, because we are progressively improving. But we are being taken back by a few who want to enrich themselves on our benefit. Saizi masomo iko juu sana. I can see all the university are going to nini for maandamano on Monday. I want to remind all the comrades power. Bangladesh, the people who triggered their revolution and the change of the overhaul of the government were the university students. I won't say anything else. University students are the only people who have more hopes than any other person. All those people mnasema you are going to do sensitization sijuko ushago. They rely on those people that they hear the university. I remember when I was in high school, my principal used to say, hata kama hatuko tunapatana, because I was a revolutionist, sikuwa napata mambo yake ya kukula pesa, so I even fought for our people to go for games. Kukakuwa na nini, alikuwa anatuambia it is better a home with a person who got a D than a home without a person with a D, and it is better a home with a person with a degree than a person without a degree. Those homes cannot be. That's what you are saying. Those in the university are the mirrors of the community. Kwa hivyo tukiendelea kuogopa, Bangladesh, they showed us that we are the people who can trigger a revolution in a country. Asanteni. Go read about Vatican City. What made the frauds of Vatican City? That is exactly what is happening in the coffers of city of Kenya. We are getting financiers who are going and embezzling our funds outside even Kenya, and we are getting nothing, because that money is just for money laundering. A good and a perfect example is that of Vatican City, that time of Shidona and this guy that is called Roberto Calvi. Two good friends that were killed by the Americans because of fraud. Look at it. I hope that will get us away, but my point is, let us work with India, let us work inside here, so that we can ensure this guy will not touch we have to fight him personally, because I'm seeing Adani is not even a company. It's a person's name. a very rich person who has a lot of companies divided into 5 companies. There's a CG Adani, what? A lot of them. There's a lot of Adanis here. If people you have this, check out Adani, who Adani is. Even look at YouTube, watch his videos. What kind of frauds that are facing him, even in India. I don't want to talk too much. I know a lot of speakers. Let us put all the ideas together and give ourselves a timeline, and then drop the bombshell. Yeah.
Sawa sawa. Psycho Sins, you are you back? Your hand is up.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Manze. Personally, I want to start at a very low note. I think I've been a victim of online bullying and online victimization from the online government bloggers who have taken down my account twice. First one, they took it down from a lie. The second one was from a couple of 2 bloggers that I've been told. So my main account is actually suspended for the second time. It's quite tough for me on my side. Those who know me, they know it's quite tough on my side. So you can give me a follow. I'll follow you guys back ASAP. So next week, we're having a big day, a big week, by the way. We're having lots of protests being planned, and like I've always told people that don't just talk here. As much as we are talking here, yes, we are helping people, we are giving people information and blah blah blah. You just go there, man. On Monday, universities, I'll be there. Though I'm not a comrade, but I'm a Gen Z, but I'll be there to unite with fellow comrades, because that's a way of life. Okay. So on Wednesday, I can also see that we are going to JKIA. So hiyo lazima pia JKIA lazima tufike. It's something that we have planned for a long time and ijai kuwa successful. Bunge bado lazima tutafika bunge tena. And let me tell those guys who actually saying ati mambo na 2027. We are not waiting for 2027. Neither do you know you'll be alive at 2027 or in good health at 2027. Ni believe tu nakuanga nayo. Lakini me, I'm always telling people that the time is now to kick Ruto out. The time is now. It's not about 2027. It's not about next year. It's not about next year but one. It's not about 2020, 32, whatever the year. It's about now.
Guys, do you have any person speaking?
Hey, I thought it was on my end because nimepoteza Psycho, so I was like, is it my internet ama ni nini? But
Manze,
anyway,
gava imelemea Psycho. Gava imelemea Psycho. Tena imeenda na account yake.
bana, hata sijamuona venye ametoka kwa space. But anyway, tunaendelea. I'll go to Kenyan Voices. Kenyan Voices. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Niaje wase, so
Poa sana.
mnafanya kazi poa sana. I mean, I think this is one of the ways now that it's proven yenye ina work. And I think these people, the only way we can beat them is using PR. Now, anybody mwenye anafikiria PR doesn't work, ask yourself why they send people to those TV stations, why they respond to what we are doing on social media, using their, by paying bloggers and using those PR people that they use, Kina Hussein and whomever they use. It's because it works. Nobody likes a negative nobody likes to deal with negative PR. And so what you guys have done today by doing this 24-hour thing, it's really, really impressive. And watu wako na kazi wanafanya, wengine ni students, and so we don't take this for granted. Thank you so much, KOT, IO, and everybody who's been here today. I think this is one of the ways to just make sure that our voices are heard. And also by having this thing trending on Twitter, people are paying attention in foreign places. So, and if this is going to, a company like Adani and their people, they're also paying, they also don't like this negative PR. They are doing businesses across the world. So if this is going to impact them in some negative way, they might think about even backing out. And it would be something that we would really hope for. Kama tunaweza wafanya tu negative PR mpaka waweke na story. And guys, I think mkianza kuangalia venye hii story inaenda, hii maneno ya PIP, these things are flaunting our constitution, they are flaunting our laws, the Public Procurement Act, there are clauses in our constitution about public participation. Kuna vitu zina require that if something, a public asset, public land like this, if it's not used in the interest of the people, there are articles in our constitution that require that public property in a public land equal used for the benefit of the people. So they are flaunting so many things, and I'm also surprised that no one is going. We've not had like a very big active court process in watu wameenda, and maybe there are some that maybe have not come into the fore in the public eyes. Maybe there are some, and we will see in the future. But I'm surprised that our agenda kotini. But ultimately, Kenya ningeza kusema ni, I think this is just the beginning. Venye hawa sio wameanza na hii story, na nakumbuka ilianza na hizi maneno za PIP. A private entity approaching the government and initiating some sort of a proposal for them to take over a public asset. It's the same thing in happen na expressway. We hear now it's owned by some private people and it's sitting on public land. I think this is just the beginning. Now, if we don't push back, tunaenda kuturakiona cha mtema kuni. So we still have to push. I know that in the future, one day when we get these people out of power, and by these people, I just don't mean the current government. We mean the swamp. When we get them out of power, and these people can be so stupid to come and do deals and are breaking the law, because we're going to take all these assets back to the people. And it will happen, inshallah, in our lifetime, that these people will be out. Mali yote ya umma yenye imechukuliwa in ways that were not according to the law, that we will take these properties back. Now watu watatafuta wase, kama kutakuwa na watu sugoi mwenye atakurudishia hiyo pesa yako yenye ulitumia, wataenda kuwatafuta huko. But in the meantime, we use all the means that we have in our disposal to just try to push these people. And I think that this method yenye tumeanza saizi ya just a concerted effort throughout, just negative publicity. If we can keep this up, it would be really awesome. Airport yenye wanajaribu kupatia private entities to operate. I mean, we are in a republic. We operate based on market principles, free market principles. If somebody feels, the airport is profitable, right? JKIA makes money. Why do you want to give away an asset to private entities to operate? It is profitable. So if they're giving away profitable assets, what else are they going to do? We know we have so many other agencies na parastatals za governments that are not even profitable. Now they are giving away profitable ones. Alafu na jamaa sasa amekimbia China, just going to ask for more money. I think the thing that has gotten into his head in history, Morara, actually, in some way, I genuinely believe that ama jamaa may realize, okay, Kenyans are paying attention. There is no money that they can do projects. Now you can see now they're running around the world looking for money just to come and claim, oh, you know, we are going to start this railway again, railway and CSG, whatever they had stopped. Why would we again want to invest money in a project is going to benefit Uganda more right now than us? We invest so much money. This railway malita pick up from, who is it going to benefit? It's mostly going to benefit Uganda, not us. So why are we investing money? We don't have money. I don't know if you guys anybody has seen the kuna register inaitwa public debt register, external public debt register, iko kwa Ministry of Finance website, National Treasury. Kuna loans za kutoka 70s hatujawahi maliza kulipa. 70s people. Although sasa hizo loans from back in the days ilikuwa ndogo ndogo, obviously the bigger ones have been accumulated in the last 10, 13 years. But we've never finished paying those loans. And now these people are still going to get more money. I don't know, man. Our country has been opened up for globalists, and we have a huge task in our hands. Thank you, guys. Keep up the fight. We have to be hopeful, and we have to keep up this fight. Otherwise, thank you so much, Kioti na wasio wote nyako hapa.
Asante sana Kenyan Voices. Nelson Amenya, Bashir nakuja kwako, just a minute. Nelson, good evening.
Good evening, Kowino.
Yes, Kowino.
Yes, how are you?
I'm offended.
I'm also very, very offended.
Talk to us.
Extremely offended. Thank you for holding this space, KOT, and all the co-hosts. Well, everybody knows me, I'm Nelson. So today I've been so busy because DCI was looking for me. They sent a letter. They're trying to intimidate me, obviously, but I spoke to my lawyers so that they're going to reply to them. And also, there is a smear campaign going on. They're trying to discredit X, obviously. Even now, I've seen some guys trying to do a hashtag, tagging my school, tagging my former employer, saying that they're the ones financing me. So these things are showing you that this Adani deal is very serious, and these guys are super serious. They're paying people to push their agendas and to try and discredit me. And since morning as well, there was another campaign trying to smear me, saying, oh, I don't know what, I'm lying, all those things. Anyway, we need to have our eyes on the prize and not lose focus, because we are almost there. I know the government is very hell bent on proceeding with the deal, but even if they succeed and sign the deal, it will not be the same. And the next government that comes in will definitely cancel this deal. And even if you put that aside, this deal has, spoiled the image of KK so bad that nobody will vote for them, because why would they sell our airport? They wanted this thing to be very quiet, but this thing is being discussed in a discussio komatatu. It's being discussed in bars. It's being discussed in churches. It's being discussed everywhere, at home, in barber shops, kwa vinyozi, kila mahali. As in, everyone is discussing the JKIA Adani deal, which is a good thing, and this is a big win. So whatever Ruto descent, this JKIA thing will haunt him forever. even if he signs it, it will haunt him forever. It will not go unpunished. And well, things will catch up with him. Things will always catch up with you if you do the wrong thing. That's why we are telling them they need to do the right thing. If you look at that deal, the transaction advisor, ALG, they advised against going the PIP way. And mind you, the transaction advisor was initially contracted to do a feasibility study on JKIA without knowing that Adani was in the picture. And when they were doing their report, they actually said that um, in the time that we are writing this report, we do not know of any company that has written a PIP or any other proposal to JKIA. So what we propose is a competitive bidding process, because this is where you will get value for money. That's what they advised. And then that was in Feb. In March of this year, they were surprised that Adani had already submitted a PIP proposal. And the PIP had things like they were proposing only to have only one runway. Can you imagine one runway up to 2054? We will all be so old, and JKIA will have only one runway. And ALG, in their feasibility report, were recommending to have two or three runways by 2050. So Adani, this deal is so bad. If you go into the details, it's just a very bad deal. I've been speaking to a few friends of mine from India, and for them, they are a bit biased. They will say, "Why are you trying to bash our company?" But when we sat down and discussed, and actually weighed the pros and cons of this deal, it's a bad deal. There's no the pros are more than the cons are more than the pros. So why would we accept, even if you don't look at the integrity issues of Adani, the deal is so bad that the pros are not there. The pros are smaller than the cons. So even when you speak about this deal in business terms, it's a bad deal. And then now, when you bring in things like sovereignty, why are we selling our JKIA? Why are we selling it to foreigners? Sovereignty issues. And then now we bring in the integrity issues about Adani. Everywhere they go, it's a big mess. They were in Australia. In Australia, there was even an act of parliament because of them. They were in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, by the way, if you don't know, this was part of the reason why the prime minister was ousted, and she ran away to India. And at that time, the Indians in Bangladesh were being attacked. And the reason why they were being attacked was partly because of this deal. So the temples were being destroyed, the Indians were being attacked. And this is one thing that the Congress member from India was saying, that Adani, in their agreements abroad, they're making Indians to be hated, their reputation to be spoiled, and people to attack the Indians. So basically, Adani is spoiling the foreign policy of India. And even in Sri Lanka, the same thing. And now in Kenya. So Adani is not new to controversy. There is also the report, the short selling report on their stocks, and also money laundering. I mean, the integrity question is so big. In the PPP Act, any company that is submitting a PIP or submitting a proposal, if it's in the a competitive bidding process, should not have any legal cases in the past 5 years. But for Adani, they have hundreds of cases in court, and some are still active even now. So you wonder, the people who are doing due diligence, what kind of due diligence did they do? And now that the deal, I exposed it about 6-7 weeks ago. Oh, they sent some 16 people to India for due diligence, but already they had signed documents in April. Imagine, as early as April 2024. Then why are they doing due diligence in September? So all these things show you how bad this deal is, and how important it is for us to come together and try and fight this as we fought the finance bill. so that we can prevent future cases like this, so that we can prevent Mombasa from being auctioned, so that we can prevent KPLC from being auctioned, for example, and many other things from being auctioned, and our sovereignty. This is exactly what happened before we were colonized. The white settlers, the missionaries came, and then the European powers, when they came, they were doing agreements with the chiefs. And the chiefs were like, oh, we are not selling the land, oh, we are not selling our sovereignty. And then voila, a few years later, they were colonized. And that's exactly the same thing Ruto and the government is trying to do, essentially. They're taking us back to the times of colonization, because that's how it started. It started by people, by the chiefs and the clan elders selling the land first, no, not selling, but doing those treaties, and those treaties later turned into colonization. And slowly by slowly, what we are seeing is our sovereignty, being sold at very cheap price at Beagioni. And then one day we will wake up and realize we don't own anything in our own country. I mean, if our own company went to India, they wouldn't be allowed to to operate like, let's say, Bombay International Airport. They would not. And today I saw some people, as I finish, I saw some people saying that, oh, Rwanda is building an airport, Ethiopia is building an airport, but what they don't know is they are building a brand new airport in Ethiopia, in Addis. It's not being upgraded at Bole. No, Bole will still be there. They're building a new one. In Rwanda, they're building a brand new airport in virgin land. There is no airport there. They're going to build. So if Adani wants to do that, there is Konza. They can go to Konza. It's about to become a city. And it's very close to Nairobi as well. They can even put a metro that will come from Nairobi CBD to Konza. And railway, because they're also doing railway transportation in India, so they know how to do that. They're in transport as well. They can build a metro or a tram or whatever from Nairobi CBD, from Westlands to Konza. Konza is not very far even from JKIA. And we will allow them to do their nice airport, whatever they want to do, use their own money, and we'll be happy, but not JKIA. You can take it back, KOT or Kowino.
Okay, okay,
Thank
Nelson.
you, Nelson.
Thank you.
I think just I think Kenyan lady wanted to ask Nani or to engage Nelson. So Kenyan lady, you're here.
Okay.
I give you the microphone.
Asante. Thank you, KOT. Thank you, everybody. Let me turn off this thing. Pole, nilikuwa namsikiza Kebaso. Sasa, Nelson, if you allow me and all the Kenyans on the space, host and co-host, could you kindly allow me to engage Nelson for just a minute? It will be a back and forth, not a back and forth really, but just a conversation, because majority of the people, us, the public, we want to really understand, So Nelson, are you good with that? Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Asante. So now we all know about Adani. Oh my God, Mikey Kuyu. We all know about Adani, and we know there was a deal, and you cracked it in between. Okay, so by the time you came in, it seems everything had really gone far ahead, such that backpedaling, what it seems like, backpedaling at this point is deeming difficult. I want you to respond to us, or to tell us in point form, number one, number two, number three, how can we stop this deal? The only thing that I can read from you is that when we have the negative publicity. But negative publicity cannot really hinder people who want money, because you need to remember that it will be very, very difficult. Why the government is really pushing for this deal ni kwa sababu sasa budget haikupita. Okay, so hawana pesa za kucampaign for 2027. Kitu chengine cha pili ndo sisi yao na projects. Tumeruka mbele yao, hawatapata pesa za kufanya nini campaign zao za 2027. So the only thing that is really, really pending is either borrowing more money, which they really have to justify. The justification they're giving right now is stalled projects. And the second thing, it is this deal of Adani that I hear they're gonna be pocketing a lot of money. They have already they have already been paid an amount. You understand? I think they're the ones that were responsible of bringing huyu President wetu with the $200 million jet. I don't know, but that's what we had. So please, Nelson, how can we help you stop this deal?
Thank you. So one thing that is very important is to keep the conversation going online, because the more we put pressure online, since it's not confined to Kenya only, you saw the Indian Congress Party member, they spoke about the deal, and this is part of the reason is because we are speaking about it online. We are getting people to publish on international media. So this is super important to keep it to keep the conversation alive online, on X, on all platforms, so that we can get international exposure and so that there can be international pressure for them to stop this deal. And then number two is obviously on the streets and to protest the deal. And this is the most important, I guess, because this is how we manage to bring down the finance bill. So to go on the streets to protest and also to join hands with the employees of JKIA, because that's the only way that they're going to stop the deal. I mean, it has to be a convergence of many efforts. And then number three is going to court and to stop it, in a legal way, which already actually a couple of people have come together to try and do petitions, which is very good, but petitions take time. I didn't know this because I've never done a petition. You saw the petition for finance bill took a year. Senator Omtata, they filed it last year, and it was the judgment was this year. So yeah, petitions take time. So we cannot rely on the court process. It's gonna take time. It can take months to be finalized, and by the time the petition is finalized, maybe they will have signed the deal and things like this. So the quickest ways to stop the deal is protesting on the ground and to try and get the employees to also strike and protest, and be very organized. Like I posted the Stop Adani campaign in Australia. It was super organized. They had placards. All these things help you to get international attention, media attention, and they contribute to the pressure points. And at the end of the day, all this convergence of pressure points, they make the deal to go down. So these are the three key ways that we can use to stop the deal.
Okay, so I will add, Court and Kowino, Ayo, all those of you that are here. Can we come up with a hashtag? Okay, can we come up with the hashtag ambayo itakuwa kama Ruto must go, ama itakuwa kama Occupy JKIA, or the very, very, very fast hashtag yenye tulikuwa nayo ya kwanza kabisa ya finance bill. If we can come up with something like that, just a simple hashtag pointing into Adani, stop JKIA, whatever it's gonna be, that can be retweeted by everybody.
There is Stop Adani hashtag.
I know of the Stop Adani hashtag, but it is not telling me. Okay, for instance, if anybody who does not know what's going on, okay, sees stop Adani hashtag. Adani can be a person, Adani can be, you see, when okay, like wacha nikukumbushe kama hashtags zenye tumetumia mbeleni ambazo zimefanya kazi. Stop 2023 ilikuwa gani ile ya 2023 budget Kenya, whatever, there's whatever we kept tweeting, and then Ruto must go. There's only one Ruto that you will be pointed out at to Kenya. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking for something that is more efficient that we can or tweet and retweet and whatnot. Okay, now the other point that I want to add, we all know how they will want to play out this deal. And I am saying this to hear what you think about the Occupy JKIA or the Go Slow by the wafanyakazi wa JKIA, because what is happening underneath is that Adani is actually coming with its own employees. Anything that you have seen is just PR stunts. Niliona one of the CSs talking to the employees at JKIA. Technically, when Adani takes over, I don't know when they're supposed to take over. I don't know what they were signed. Is it like 2025 January? I don't know. But wanaleta kila mtu from the cleaner to everybody. They're bringing their own people. So really what we should expect is these ones, Wakenya wetu wamekwenda, okay, and they're not returning to work, literally in the next 4 months. And then what we find in our airport is their employees, whether they will be Kenyan or not, but they will still be employees of Adani who will be only watakuwa wakisikiza mwenye wanamtumikia. So I do not know how fast we can act, how organized we can get on that one. And, because we really don't know 100%, but we do know that they are coming with their own employees. They have been issued with all these temporary, working licenses and whatever. So what do you think?
What, like the fastest way to stop them?
Yeah, I feel like the cooperating from our JKA employees, I feel we will not get that. And the reason why we will not get that is they are concerned that, number one, they're going to lose their job. Number two, there's a lot of PR that's going on, which is actually technically lying to them. For those of us who have people who work at the, at JKIA, so they're having the government do its own PR by telling them you will have your jobs and you will be paid even better. That was from yesterday. Wataongezwa mshahara sababu the government is not paying them enough, and Adani will be able to lift off that and nobody will be sacked and whatnot. But really, they will be. They will be, because at this time, Adani is going to be coming with their own employees. Whatever that means, with your own employees, they will just be listening to you. And then we do not know whether it's going to happen next month or the month after. So really, we are behind. I'm just trying to see how quickly we can catch up to actually on that part of the workers at JKIA, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you. By the way, you need. Do you know about the same deal that was about to happen in 2019 by Uhuru wanted to do the same exact thing in
Right.
KA, but he was using KQ and also another company, a foreign company, to do it.
Yeah.
So at that time in 2019, it's actually JKIA workers who went on strike, and they were tear gassed, they were beaten, the KAU leadership was thrown in jail for 5 days. And then after that, so the issue went to parliament, and actually it's the MPs who wrote a report to stop the sale of KAA. So it's basically the same concept. It's only now that the only dynamic that changed is protests. At that time, it was only KAA workers who protested, but now we have everyone protesting. So we have an added advantage if we get them to protest and we protest as well. The way we are going to protest on 9/11. it's going to have a big effect. I know you want like there is no there is no there's not a microwave answer, if you understand what I mean, like a chap answer to this question, or one solution that we can implement tomorrow. No, even the finance bill did not have this kind of answer. People didn't know that actually Ruto is going to drop it. We were just mobilizing and just putting ourselves out there, and boom, it was taken down. So it's the same thing with JKIA. And so the KAU are very ready to cooperate. They are going on strike sometime next week, I think. And well, Occupy JKIA is on 9/11 for the rest of us to protest, which is so important. So I believe these are going to be very nice pressure points. If you see also the parliamentarians, I know many of them have been bought, or many of them have this. Because it's the party UDA, or they're in ODM, and ODM is in the government, so they have this. They want to be loyal to their party leaders, so they will vote obviously for the deal. But there is a trend right now, because everyone is talking about JKIA. If this thing goes to parliament, which we need to push for it to go to parliament to be tabled at the transport committee, so that they can come up with a report, because these parliamentarians are scared if they pass, if this thing goes to parliament and they pass it, and they say, they give it a clean bill of health, they risk re-election. And these are the key things, we need to be telling the people, that if your MP will vote, or will how do you say it? Sponsor, I'm forgetting that name. If this thing is taken to the transport committee and your MP will not reject it, then don't vote for them. And MPs, this is the only thing they're scared of. They want to be re-elected. So we can use this as well, so that when it goes to the transport committee, it is shut down, and that can be another pressure point.
I don't know. I don't. I really don't know about the parliament. They will pass it by all means. They will pass it because they'll get the money. For the for the re-election right now. Without minus the civic education. I mean, I hope the civic education will do a lot by then. But Wakenya wetu, where we stand right now, ukiwapatia pesa, that's it. So I don't know. I think that's a risk, just having it in parliament. It's gonna pass. If you have people like what is her name? The lady, the lady, she's like, I cannot vote against my boss. She does not even read anything. That I don't know. I think parliament is a risk, but thank you so much for engaging me. And I think those are the questions that I had, really, how we can have this, taken down from the Kenyan point of view, and also to understand really the impact of it. But asante. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Asante sana. Thank you, Nelson, and thank you, Kenyan lady, for that. Actually, kitu nilikuwa niulize uliuliza, ndio that was your first question to Nelson, so I think it's answered. I'll go to Bashir. You dropped. I was supposed to give Bashir, but anyway, I'll give to Anthony, then I'll come to you, Rasji.
Thank you, KOT and IO, for hosting this space, opening this space. Now, I listened to the question the Kenyan lady was asking to Nelson. Well, we had that discussion about if we can go the court way. And I host a space with Tony Gashoka on Wednesdays. It's called Point Blank. So one of the things Wakili said was that they have gone to court and they asked the court to produce the documentation of the Adani deal. And the court has not yet done that. And Wakili said he feels there's a delay. Now, on the same space, there was a lady from the diaspora who said, then why don't we petition the Indian Congress? Because Rahul Gandhi has already done the same. He's against the deal because, as Nelson will tell you, he says that it poses a threat to Indians living in Kenya, the same way when Adani had a deal in Bangladesh in regards to coal,
it was one of the flashpoints for the strike that ended up removing the prime minister of Bangladesh. So what did we do? The lady gave us a very wonderful idea, which was worked on by Tony Gashoka and Wakili Ndegwa and myself. So we came up with a petition that I see has been posted on the Jumbotron. Now, what we want to do is a legally binding document. That's the reason Wakili Ndegwa has actually signed it. Why? Why do we want to go the legal way? Now, we want to petition the Congress in India because it's a problem for the court in Kenya for us to get the documents in Kenya. But India can ask Adani to produce the documents in regards to the Kenyan deal in Indian's Congress. And I saw when I looked at Rahul Gandhi's page today, he has already started that process. So what do we want to do? We want to do two things. One, this is an online petition. So you sign it by retweeting it. We are trying to get to around 5 million retweets. Number two, on the day of the Mandamano, the proposal was made that we not only go to JKI, we go there on 9/11, but equally we organize a day where Kenyans demonstrate and show their displeasure with the deal to the Kenyan, either High Commission, the Kenya, India's representative to Kenya. We go there as Kenyans and say, well, we are Kenyans and we are against this deal. And in that, if you want to co-opt Wakili in that, we can also give the same signed petition to the Indian High Commission. We're also trying to work around, can we have a team? And with that question was put to Wakili, can we have a team that can be sent to India, to Congress, the same way government has sent 16 people? Can Kenyans equally send a team to India to deliver the same document in actual form to the Indian Congress and say, now, this is what Kenyans feel about Andani, and this is the reason we don't want Andani in Kenya at all. So I don't know whether I've answered Kenyan lady, but this coming Wednesday, we shall host a similar space where we break down the numbers. So we shall show you how much money Adani will make in the 30 years he will be in Kenya, and the little money Kenya will make in the 30 years Adani will be in Kenya. Because once you break down information, Kenyans can digest it more. You know, when you put it down in numbers, because one way we shall be able to beat this government is by breaking down details. And the good thing about the PIP deal, it's purely mathematical. So instead of giving people a story, we shall break it down to numbers. And hopefully, if you guys, you can get, I see it's on your Jumbotron, go there, retweet it. Then on Wednesday, we break this thing down. And I'd really love for Nelson and Kenya and this entire team to be there so that now we engage Kenyans in this conversation the same way we did the reject finance bill. Thank you very much. Those are my submissions.
Asante sana Anthony, asante sana Rasji. Shida ya internet ni nini bwana Rasji? Yeah, thank you Anthony. I'll go to Mkenya. Ni aje? Mkenya daima.
Mkenya unaweza sikia kwa wino ama unaweza nisikia? We Mkenya, mtu akatonzoni asikii bana. We Mkenya.
Jamani wa Seikuru,
Oh, si Katonzweni, anasikia kitanga Katonzweni kana toka uko sawa. It's all right. Anaona Hana kuna mkono juu. Hana, speak to us.
Kidogo before we go to Anna, Michael has been here. Michael, then I'll come to Anna. Michael. Okay, Michael pia ni kama yuko hapa.
Michael unaweza nisikia? Michael anaweza nisikia. Hana, hold on a bit. Michael, unapewa chance ya kuongea ni kama usikii kwa wino. Speak to us kindly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my contribution towards that is that I've been thinking about these situations that we are in as Kenyans, and we have been broken into pieces. Like recently, when after the fall of the finance bill and the replacement of the CSS, we saw the president going around dishing out money, and people are there to receive petty money. So if the situation is that way, it gets so hard for us to come together as a nation and turn around things to the better of us. So actually, your contributions have been listened to most of them, and they are good. They are very good. And there's not a little piece of every contribution of a member, a Kenyan member, that should go to waste. We should try to compile each and everyone's opinions from every other Kenyan, and come out as one Kenya to fight for what we believe is ours. We have been used for quite a long time. People's livelihoods have been damaged. People are very poor right now. And it came to be that sustaining demonstrations, people are dying, and there's no account for that. Many Kenyans are mourning their loved ones. They've lost so many people, and there's that fear in the people coming out again to protest. We cannot achieve big numbers as the ones that occupied parliament. So it is my belief that if we shed the selfishness and come together, despite the economic times that everyone is facing, we could achieve much as a people together. The way the Bangladesh way, they achieved much, and all that is because people came together, and all the they were not disintegrated in any way. Like when you come to Kenya, the tribalism, the poor, the poverty, those are factors that are dividing people. Illiteracy, and so many other. The government also is discriminating people, like issuing IDs, doing so many other things, profiling people, arresting people, and abducting people, killing people. Those are measures that have enabled them to continue and gain strength again, trying to oppress people. There is a mining that is going on in Kenya. There isn't any one time that there has been a revenue indication in the budget of Kenya coming from mining. And Kenya has been mining ever since we got independence. So actually we are being used. And the way I'm seeing it, the president is trying to create ownership. He's trying to own property, Kenyan property. I don't know whether he's trying to become a king. And also in this aspect of the AUC chair, I see he has some stakes. Once Raila gets there, he will have some percentage of influence in the African continent, assuming that the candidate comes from Kenya. So he will have a way of getting into the affairs of the African continent through the chair, and he's going to benefit from that. And actually, he's going to drive his agenda from Kenya towards the whole of Africa. And there's other aspect of the globalism agenda that I am seeing that that is what is adopting. Whatever is happening in America is the same thing that is happening in Kenya and in many other nations. They're trying to get people, the billionaires from all over the world, to take up countries and own resources in different countries so that people can be subjects and they can rule people the way they want. They want to maybe even eliminate the populations through the programs that are coming up, the seeds, the vaccinations, and many other aspects of life that are being brought up by the regime currently through international or foreigners who are coming to invest in Kenya. So I appreciate your initiative. And as a Kenyan, I feel I have a part to play in whatever way. There are many Kenyans also who are contributing towards the freedom of Kenya. And I believe that we should hold hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you go, Michael,
Yeah,
sahi sasa we are in a crisis. We are in a crisis, and agree
okay.
with all your concerns that you've raised. But
Yeah.
right now, like the main crisis yenye tuko ndani ni our airport has been solved. What do you
Yeah.
think is the way forward? What do you think we should do to get our airport back?
Okay. Like the guy who has contributed before me has said, the legal way, and sending envoys even to India, Indian Congress to have that the deal disclosed to us as the legal facilities of Kenya, so that we can know actually what are we up to as a nation. The deal, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport deal is something that is there. It is illusional in a way that there's not a particular document that can be presented anywhere concerning the what has been agreed. But from what I deduce is that the president is using Adani to acquire JKIA. So if there's any way through national and international legal structures that are there that can be pursued, that would be a better option, so that we can stop everything legally. If there needs to be demos, I don't know, but I feel that the OSHA should come along with the legal pursuit, so that it can be well allowed. They can be heard aloud, and everyone should get to know what is happening in Kenya. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you for your submission. I'll go to Anna, then Bashir. I'll come to you. You dropped when you were supposed to be next. So I'll go to Anna, then I'll come to Rasji first, then Bashir, in that order.
Thank you very much. This is because of the Kenyan lady who was asking about the pressure point. I think we have exhausted so many things, but we have forgotten one part. How many let me say it in Swahili, mandege ngapi, kampani ngapi zinakuja kuland on Kenya? There are so many. They come from all around the world. I think those also are the people, the companies that we're supposed to send these legal documents to, so that they can understand once this thing goes through, they're not going to be dealing with the Kenyan normal way of things. They're going to be dealing also with people who are as corrupt to a certain level. They have to know and plan in advance who they are going to be dealing with, because Adani, as we know, it's not a normal company. It's a very, very big company which has so many scams in it. So they will also have to participate in a way or another way, whichever way. Either they are with Adani, which they are going to be screwed like hell because they have to change their route and go to other areas, of which now the riches they were the Adani are thinking are going to upgrade the Kenyan airport so that they can have more visitors and more money to come in. It will be also a problem. That's why they are also going to be given, the Adani is going to be given that 30-acre land. Those acre land, it's a public property, which they are going to be building a private what? Private hotels, of which it was even written today in Citizen. So you imagine this is also another way of acquiring the public land for their own property, which even if they leave it, who is going to take care of that land afterwards? So this is a structure which is not a public structure on a public land. You know, easy tupu. So these people, what we are supposed to do, Anthony, what you are saying, those legal documents, make sure you send to each and every company that lands their aeroplane on the Kenyan land. That has to be an must. That will be also a pressure point. I think that's one of the best. Another thing, Anthony, I would like to ask is, because Kenya is a commonwealth, as usually you always tell me Kenya is a commonwealth. India also is a commonwealth. This company can also be taken to London court. I don't understand why we haven't thought of taking it to London court, because Kenyan courts do not have the spine. I think they are afraid of something, because at the end of the day, they have to be protected by these same people who are in power, who are also using the police as goons. So that's why they do not have the spine. So at the end of the day, we have to use another legal way, and the only way we can get it out is through the London court. A London court can deal with it because it's an international company, which is being accused of illegal matters in a Commonwealth country, and which is a Commonwealth company, which whatever. Anyway, I think we have to. You can ask Ndegwa, the lawyer, to for advice or for such things, because I think it's possible we can do that, and it will be even faster, because I know Nigerians have been they paid a company, they had to pay a company which was I think it was a Danish company, because they refused to pay it in a way, but it was taken to the London company and they dealt with it. The Ugandans also the Ugandans also, they had to pay another company because of a breach of contract. So I think we can do it vice versa. Why not? Because it's not normal for these circumstances. But I think that's a pressure point. In any way, that's my take, and I think it's going to move on the movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Hannah,
Anna.
sorry Kowino.
Okay.
Hannah,
Okay.
unamaanisha ICC with the London court?
No, not the ICC. There's a London court for international business business court. Whenever
it's called sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. It's called the International Court of Arbitration.
Voila, exactement.
Okay. Also, Hannah, you raised a point about sending this document. Yeah, so these pressure points are the ones zenye zinanipatia kizunguzungu, because we really need to back better on this deal. So when you say that that document needs to be sent to every company, you mean kampuni zenye hazijatukosea na kampuni zenye zimetukosea, kampuni zenye ziko na deals na Kenya, ama what do you mean by that?
You know, for example, when I come from Kenya to France, I take Qatar. Okay, when I go back, I can take KLM. So these are companies that have good deals with Kenyan Airport, KAA. Okay, so they have some sort of arrangement whereby if the KLM goes to Kenya, there is a certain tariff they have agreed on throughout the year, or throughout the 10 years or 5 years. Okay? So now they will have to know that they are not going to be dealing with this company, the KAA, because this normally you have to tell them. Whenever there's a change, especially a big change like that one, you have to tell them in advance that in 2021 or 2015, we will have to cease our negotiation, and we are going to introduce another person who is going to be subject B to be taking over our working. So you will be dealing with them with a different percentage. This is something you have to tell them in advance. So the fact that this deal was done very, very fast, and it has no consistency, I do not believe these people have been told or have been arranged in a way where they are aware of what is going on, or they're just hearing out of the blue. So that's why I'm saying, if they know, because they know Adani, I do not believe they do not know Adani. They know Adani as an illegitimate company. So they will have to find another route. I'm very sure right now they are seated down in a board of governors and they are asking themselves, how are we going to negotiate with such a company? So this also has to be given to them so that they know the Kenyan people are they are not with this company and they are doing their level best to get them out of the country. That also insists us, they will also have to calculate and say, if this thing like Anthony says, going to bring bad numbers to Kenyans, and especially they hate that. They hate the fact that they are going to kill jobs, so they are going to make most people to move out from the country to go look for their for work outside the country, which will bring more movement, and which most of these European countries do not want people who do not more illegal immigrants. So they hate those things. Yani ni kama chakula ya GMO.
Hannah,
Sorry.
can I break it down for you?
Yeah.
So in Kenya right now, Air Tanzania flies in and Air Rwanda flies in and Air Ethiopia flies in. Okay? So another thing Kenyans can do is tell Adani, if you get the deal, you'd rather fly any other East African country flight than fly an Indian flight. So you tell him that when Adani will say, even if I come, I'll not hit my numbers. Because yes, you can fly your people from India to here, but we will not board your plane. Meaning you deny him the revenue. Okay? Now that gives Adani something to think about. You know, if I go with a deal, then the Kenyans are saying, then we shall opt to either go, if I want to fly out and Air Tanzania is using that, is going that route, rather than do a flight for KQ, let me go with Air Tanzania. Now, that way you make Adani feel that, as you demonstrate, you are giving him the options. You get the deal, you lose the customers. Okay, unless you be flying Indians here and Indians back. Now, that's the way we need to think. You choke him by showing him you cannot get your numbers. That's number one. And hitting him in courts. That way you'll slow him down.
Lakini Kenya Airways wamekabwa kona na Ruto. There's no way we as Kenyans have that much power like towards Kenya Airways. Hey, atia tu baby Wahindi wa Adani. You know,
I'm
what
saying
I'm
Kenyans
saying?
can say we will not board a Kenya Airways flight.
Oh, we.
For instance,
The Kenya Airways,
yes,
Kenya Airways,
good.
Anthony, Kenya Airways will fall. It will fall.
Can we wind up on that so that we don't do a back and forth, because there are people who are also waiting on the queue.
Okay, let me finish. Kenya Airways will definitely fall. Why? Because this is the first year that Kenya Airways has actually brought in profits. If you have really looked at what Kenya Airways has been, it has always been falling down. The money, there is no profit. So all of the time, Kenyans have always been giving and giving. I was even angry with the manager, one on the LinkedIn, and I told him, this is the first time, and I hope it goes on, because you people, you have been choking Kenya and you have never given a Kenyans anything. That means you have not done any community level work. You have never visited schools even to say hello. This is how Iblendegi work. So you are actually a useless entity. Kenya Airways will fall. That's a definitely thing. So what was I saying? I was saying like this. If I Wazungu, they hate one thing. They hate when things do not work well. For example, I buy Tanzanite. I bring Tanzanite from Tanzania, and I bring it to maybe Pandora, and I sell them. Okay, but behind it, there are kids who are working on the ground in Kenya. Oh no, in Tanzania, sorry. So ikuje ijulikane ati I'm bringing Tanzanite na kuna watoto wanadhulumika behind. Nakwambia hakuna mzungu atanunua hizo vitu. They hate those things. So this deal will kill jobs in Kenya. And the fact that it will kill jobs in Kenya, that will also make sure the wazungu will also know that this Adani imekuja na nguvu na the masharti yenye inaleta si masharti mazuri, inakuja kuua kazi ya Wakenya. They will not work with it. I'm telling you, that's a pressure point. I'll leave it to that. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Interesting. We Rasji, hii mambo ya Adani inafanya dikichena niuma ni kama ni yangu personal.
Ninaweza changia kidogo kabla nataka
Ras.
kuongezea kitu
KOT.
hapa.
Hey,
Okay, Nelson. Yes, Nelson.
Yeah, so
do you hear me?
kwa hii deal ya Adani kidogo Ras kidogo. So kwa hii deal ya Adani, so the way the financial structure, the way the cost structure is, so hii deal, everybody knows that it's gonna cost $2 billion, so about 250 billion Kenya shillings. Na kwa hii $2 billion, so the way normally the capital structure of a company is they're going to be funded through equity. So if it's your company, utatoa pesa, so that's equity. And then kama hauna pesa enough, you will go to the bank or whatever and get a loan. So the loan is the debt. So you will have to incur debt, and then you add your equity and open your company, and then you run the company. Sasa Adani, what they want to do with JKIA, they want to take debt, equity, which is normal, but 53% of the cost will not be debt or equity. It will be internal income of JKIA. In layman's language, wanachukua pesa za JKIA kutengeneza airport. 53% of the cost. 53% ya 2 billion ni 1 billion. So imagine Adani wanatoka India, wanakuja wanachukua pesa za JKIA 1 billion, hiyo ndio wanajenga nayo airport. And if you look at the financial model, they need about $800 million in the first 10 years. So wanahitaji less than hata hiyo 53% yenye walikuwa wanasema watachukua JKIA for 10 years. Alafu after 10 years now they will need that so ukitoa 700 million kwa 2 billion inakuwa kitu kama 1.3 1.2 hapo. So they will need 1.2 split maybe equally kwa 20 years. So basically, first of all, JKIA inajijenga, ina contribute 1 billion. Hata kama tusipokuwa na Adani, sisi already tusha contribute $1 billion kwa hiyo deal. $1 billion ni kama maybe 150 hapo, 130 billion Kenya shillings from our own pocket, which is JKIA. So kama Adani hawangekuwa, sisi tungetafuta tu contractor. We just look for a contractor, maybe, you know, those airport operation companies from wherever, which is really good. We pay them for 10 years, watutengeneze runway. Hata hawatatengeneza runway, by the way. So wanatengeneza tu, they're going to add aprons, they're going to add zile exit zinaitwa rapid exit rapid exit za ndege, so they will add like 3, so that right now JKIA has only 1. So if you land unaenda hadi mwisho alafu una exit, but now they want to add 3 rapid exits, ndio ukiland, if it's a smaller plane you don't have to go up to the end of the runway ndio utoke, unaweza tu toka, you know, pali ndege yako imesimamia. So that's the only thing they're going to add in it, rapid exit taxiways. So Adani, in 10 years, they're not going to spend their money. And even this debt and equity that they're saying is a hoax, because if you look at the projections Adani, so the projections of, let me go to that page. So if you look at the revenue forecast of Adani, the forecast they did a forecast from 2025 next year up to 2054. And the forecast goes until in 2054, JKIA owned revenue will be $1.4 billion. Hiyo ndio itakuwa revenue ya JKIA. Today, revenue ya JKIA ni about $50 million. So it will, it will go like, that's like 10, 20 times. Yeah, like 20, 30 times like what it is today. So by the time ifike 2054, JKIA itakuwa, actually nimeangalia nikaona in 2048 JKIA itagonga $1 billion. That's when it will hit $1 billion. All these other years inaenda kipanda at the rate of 11% hadi sasa 2054. So by the time ifike around 2048, they will be hitting $1 billion as JKIA revenue. Meaning, they will not even need the equity, they will not need the debt that they're going to incur. Maybe they will just do it as formality, and the way they're Wakora, they might use one of their companies to lend the airport holdings. So basically, they will still own the debt and they will still own the equity. And they will not even use it because JKIA will generate enough revenues over that period that they can even use JKIA's own revenue to do the entire project. Meaning, Adani is completely useless in this deal. They're not bringing money. This is what they're saying. Oh, we don't have money. This is why we are going for PPP. This is all bullshit. We have the money. So why are they going to India to get some Indian company that is super corrupt to do it for us? We can just get someone and contract them and still own our airport. We don't need to concede the ownership of JKIA for this stupid deal. So it's such an awful deal. Every day when I read these documents, I get so angry because I'm like, who the hell did this deal? It's so awful. It's such a bad deal, business-wise. You're not even looking at the other, the other things that we are considering in this Adani deal. It's such a bad deal. So it's crazy that Ruto has accepted to sell JKIF for 0 shillings. We are not getting any money from them. We are only giving them money to do the project, which is completely insane. If they were the ones giving us money, then we would have said, okay, they're the ones giving us money. But it's JKIA which is going to, give them the money to do the project for this 30 years, which is, it's absurd. So guys, at least when you're, when you're speaking to people, you have these details, you can tell the people that we are the ones actually who are going to finance this project, because what the hell, $1 billion is coming from JKIA's own revenue. So why do we need Adani? We don't need them. They're useless in this deal. Tunaweza jifanyia, if it's the skill, then we can hire people to do it. We don't need to go to some company alafu tuwauzie JKIA for 30 years hadi tunawapatia title deed. Can you imagine? We will change title deeds and give it to them at ndio wachukue nayo debt, which is, it's really, no, this is not the reason. The
Oh
reason
my
is
God.
because,
Hold on, Nelson.
yeah,
Unanipatia pressure. You will make me have a heart attack. On a serious note.
usikuwe na heart attack. We
No,
still
no,
need to
no, no, no,
fight.
no.
We still need to
Those
fight.
details, I did not even know that. So I'm literally like pacing in my living room.
Yeah,
Just
this
hold
deal is
on. Hold on
crazy.
1 minute. Hold on. So you are telling me, okay, hold on. Give me 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, so there is no other explanation. The only explanation is that these guys have paid people for them to come and do the project. There is no explanation, no justification. And we haven't even started to talk about PPP and how they have contravened the law because they didn't follow the law when they were procuring this Adani proposal.
So
I'm
Nelson,
done. Yeah.
wacha ni Nelson swali. Nelson, so kitu najaribu kusema ni history ya Adani ni it's just like
Ayo unaongea ukiwa wapi? Mimi sikuoni.
wewe nisikie tu sauti. I'm invisible. So Nelson, wacha nikuulize swali. So history ya Adani inamaanisha the way you're explaining it, it's like some corruption scandal somewhere whereby inatumika kunini embezzle funds fulani in the name of kuleta nini ku renovate airport.
Juu wanatumia aje pesa za JKIA kurenovate, si basi tujifanyie. Alafu
Wow. Kenya lady, please hold on. Just hold on. Najua kila mtu amechemka. I know all of you mmechemka, kila mtu ana feel like they just need to say something to get it off their chest. I know we all feel the same. We all feel extra offended. But I want to hear from Rasji Kwanza. He has been so patient. He has been waiting for ages. Rasji, then Bashir, please, in that order.
But Kawino, Rasji is in the listeners.
No, Rasji is here.
Rasji is in the listeners. I think you are behind with some few seconds.
Siko hata na seconds. Naona hata nimepatia thumbs up. Ako hapa.
Haya, sawa. Rasji, ongea kama uko hapa because
But hata binti mwenyewe sijui ameongea akiwa wapi, simuoni.
Because I think nani Kowino, just drop us the co-host, then refresh and come back because ni kama hautaona other speakers. Yeah, but guys, of course, today we promised you, yesterday I think, those who are in Kenya, yesterday we promised you that we are going to host a 24-hour space, and of course on this space you are going to do digital protest, yeah, whereby we are saying stop Adani scam deal. And of course I think Nelson is here. He's been amplifying these, of course. The other day I asked him, Nelson, what do we do? And he said on 11th September. So guys, on 11th September, that is on Wednesday, immediately we are done with Feast Must Fall on Monday. Then we still regroup together on Wednesday. We do this once and for all. And of course, we've seen how those guys are really rocky. So when you go there, let us expect anything. It's either they fall or we fall, because we cannot really allow JKIA to be given to those Mongols. We cannot allow JKIA to be given to those terrorists. If at all we're going to allow that, then a child who is going to be born today, in the next 30 years, he'll be ready to marry. He'll be ready to have a family. He'll be having a family, but then that family will be so easy to acquire drugs, because those guys are drug dealers. Those guys are thieves. Those guys are murderers. They deal with weapons. So guys, let us not allow that deal to go through. Yeah, let us really not allow that. So guys, just request for the microphone. I want to bring back Ayo back. I mean Nani Kowino back here to continue with the conversation. And of course, our other co-host is Binti Africa and Ayo. We've been here since 8 p.m. And of course, we just migrated from Wanyama space that began at 7 a.m. And of course, we said we are going to do this for the next 24 hours. So guys, welcome again. Ensure you are retweeting. Ensure you are tweeting. Ensure you are using the Stop Adani hashtag. And of course, if you feel like you want to tip, we have a tip jar there. Ensure you are using my name. I'm official Mabonga KOT. Songo is just a brand name here. So, Ayo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was unlocking my phone because Kowino couldn't see me, but he could hear my voice. I'm omnipresent. Allah. Yeah, I'm here. So, Nelson, thank you so much for breaking down, the various issues. I've been waiting to hear what Mkenya Daima has to say, but Mkenya Daima seems not to be hearing us. And I can see Kanot's hand is up. Kanot, how are you? You want to speak to us? You are here earlier though, but you have something new?
Ayo, can I say something, please?
Who is speaking?
Bashir.
Bashir, just a moment. If you want to speak, just raise your hand up. And Kanot, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
If Kanot is not there, we can go to Bashir because Kanot mics is open, but I can't hear anything from Kanot. Probably Kanot, you can drop and come back. Bashir, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ayo, thank you, KOT, Sonko, thank you, Nelson. Nelson, first of all, I would like to say sincerely from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for exposing this monumental fraud and keeping it at the forefront of our minds for the past 1 month or 7 to 8 weeks, which has been 2 months. So I want to say something about your last point, whereby you said they are basically using $1 billion from JKIA itself. So me personally, I'm from a finance and banking background, and the only way I remember, I don't know if you remember, Nelson, I know you get many messages. A few weeks ago, I texted you on Twitter about how I think the Eurobond was stolen. And in Africa, generally speaking, what politicians do with this kind of deal, because like you said, it doesn't make any business sense, is it's a vehicle for money laundering. Basically, the 3 steps for money laundering is placement, layering, and integration. The last one, it could be integration or extraction. So placement in the sense that they have stolen money. Remember, according to the Auditor General's report, it says there's about 1 trillion Kenya shillings that is budgeted corruption, roughly around $8 to $10 billion every financial year, every year that is. So say even a rough estimate, Ruto and his cronies steal 50%, and that's being generous because he's a one greedy guy. He could even be stealing 80% of it. They would need a way to put this money into the global financial system. You know, people just assume that people just go and stash money in offshore accounts. The rules-based international financial system will not allow direct money laundering like that. One thing I would say about Wazungus or people in the world, they are everybody's doing money laundering, but there's a lot of PR around it. So at least there's some clever ways people try to do it, and that's why they use these 3 steps: placement, layering, and integration. Placement meaning they get a company like Adani with a big brand. And I don't know why they picked Adani, because like Nelson said, if we were going to do it, if we had the money, they would float a bond, we would raise the money, and then we would get reputable companies like Fraport from Germany, or we would get the guys who run Changi International Airport in Singapore. Or I would tell you a fact, because a few years ago I traveled to Qatar, Doha. Can you believe the people who ran the systems in Doha International Airport, which has been voted second best or best after Changi? Normally it's Changi and Doha International, Hamad International Airport. These are Kenyans who run that airport. I think Kenyans overseas will tell you that we send our best. We have our best brains in the diaspora. But before I digress about that, I think they're going to use Adani as a vehicle when they steal the money through taxes. It's no coincidence that the contract is valid for 30 years. Maybe they are thinking, okay, 10 years, Ruto will steal probably 10, $15 billion. He needs a way to launder this money and to extend his tentacles globally. So if they have this PPP or PPIP, they will use it to, yani basically wanaosha pesa hapo as it goes international. It's a very murky world of international finance. But look, I would say, coming to solutions, because that's the grim reality, I would always suggest that we look into the history to learn from it so that we can point out a few. The first one, a few years ago, about 2017, 2018, there was a scandal, something like this, involving a corrupt government trying to steal taxpayers' money. It's the Malaysian government. I think it's I don't know if you're familiar with this, Nelson. It was a famous scandal that happened in Malaysia called the 1MDB scandal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The Malaysia,
1MDB.
The wealth fund, yeah.
Yeah, the wealth fund. So 1MDB basically was some crooked lawyer and some asset manager called Jolo, and the prime minister of Malaysia at that time called Najib Razak. So basically, they set up this wealth sovereign fund for the citizens, whereby taxes were being put into that fund, and they would say that they would use it, I don't know, to do quote unquote like what they're saying in Kenya, affordable housing and other projects. When in reality they had stolen the money. Joe Low himself, the partner in crime of the prime minister, himself alone, he had stolen close to $4.5 billion. And that shows you the magnitude of the scam. And there were big international financial institutions that were involved, including Goldman Sachs. Now, what happened is through agitation, through the political process, through many people pushing for change. First of all, there was local action, then there was international action, whereby people took these politicians. I remember Najib was impeached and he was taken to court and impeached and taken to jail. I think they brought back their
He
former
lost
prime minister.
election. He lost
Yeah.
election.
He lost election. Yeah, but I think his wife or him, one of them was arrested. So
all of them, they were, but he hasn't been jailed. Only was he jailed? No, I don't think
or
he's been jailed.
under house arrest or one of those.
Yeah.
But
If you guys are talking about Najib, he was jailed and actually they were trying to halve his time in prison. I can pull that up.
Yeah, but to my point, what I was saying is, if you study that case of 1MDB scandal closely, is that one thing that people forget is that Goldman Sachs, the international institution that aided this level of fraud, was fined, I think, a whooping close to $2 billion, which they refunded the Malaysian sovereign. And that could be one thing we can learn from it, because when the lady, I think Hannah, suggested that we go to the International Court of Arbitration, look, I don't know how effective that court is, because I can say with authority that there's also a scam that's been happening in African governments, especially Kenya, whereby Chinese developers or contractors would come, or even European ones, get a contract signed, this whole PR about Ruto signing a contract, I don't know, going to the one Morara was exposing, launching some fake thing, then the project never goes anywhere. It's also an avenue for corruption, if I can just say, because they can just renege on that contract, then they come to the ICR, International Court of Arbitration, ICA, and then they are paid fines and dues. You would not believe the billions Kenya loses by going to that court. I think recently, if you go back to Citizen, if you just Google Citizen TV, the keyword Citizen TV, Spanish company contract in Kenya. There's a company that recently took Kenya to that court because they reneged on payments or something, and then Kenya is going to pay about close to 100 million euros. So I would say even these people in London are not very honest about helping Africa, but we just try. We go also to the International Chamber of Commerce. We report Adani for malpractices. And remember, there is a precedent because of what they did in Australia. Nobody likes those guys. And finally, if I may say this regarding Adani, if you look at their business practices, is not, they're a company, it's well known internationally. Anybody who's in banking and financial circles will tell you they claim to have businesses and other stuff, but they are a vehicle for money laundering. And their stock is really hot air, because if you look at what happened, I don't know, was it last?
Is Bashir speaking? Oh, you dropped.
Amepotea.
Uh,
He was making a very good point.
yeah. Bashir, please just request the mic come back. Bashir, I can see you reconnected. Bashir. Bashir, can you hear us?
Hey Bashir, can you hear the co-host? And while we try to reconnect with Bashir, I think our Auntie Redemptor is here, and I'd like her to take the microphone. Auntie, ensure if you are listening, if you are hearing this voice, ensure you are requesting this microphone, because we want your blessings. You are our auntie on this space, and we love it when we are having you here on this space. So Bashir, are you hearing Ayo?
Can I seek clarification through the co-host, please?
Right. Okay, just proceed, Kenyan lady.
Haki ya nani?
What
Mmefanya
we want
nikaoshe
to
gari na gari hata si chafu yani. You guys. Like,
anti Kenyan lady, just
yes.
like I'm giving you a minute, just
Okay.
seek for
All right.
clarification, then we can give another person a speak.
Alrighty. Listen, so Nelson, I would like for you to clarify one thing. So Adani is getting a lease for our land and also the airport. Is that what you said? They will get our title deed on a leasehold and then they will get our airport.
Yeah, so they were arguing that they need the debtors will need the property to be under their name for them to be given a loan. You know, it's the same like when you want a loan and you have to take your logbook or your title deed to the bank for you to get a loan. So that was their argument. But I think it's not an argument for taking a loan in a bank. It's an argument, you know, when they have the title deed, even if there is a regime change, there is nothing you can do to them. You cannot chase them away because
Right.
legally they own the land.
That's what I wanted to know. But we are screwed, Kenyans. Like we are screwed for real, for real. Thank you.
Anyone speaking?
Keoti, niendelee.
Rasji, unatusikia sasa? Sijui unatumia internet gani, itabidi umeongea very fast before you reconnect.
Unanisikia? Sasa niko fiti.
Hata usiulize, wewe anza tu kuongea.
Okay. But my internet was good. It's only that sasa saa zingine calls 1 2 3. Anthony amebonga. KOT, thank you. Ayo maze ku hold this space for 24 hours. Binti, I don't know if she's still there. It's not a joke. We are doing a good job. The only thing I can add ni there are people wanna come and then wanauliza maybe kenye tulikuwa tumekava asubuhi, if there are documents to do with Adani, this question. Nelson is doing a great job, anajibu hizo maswali cause he's the whistleblower and all that. So all contribution, the only thing nilikuwa na ads hawa wenye wako na hizi maswali zenye pia zinaweza someka kwa hizo nini. Please kindly you will do justice to so many Kenyans that wako hapa na wanataka maybe to put in their contribution. I'm speaking on behalf of so many people who feel there has been a very great time wastage on question answer segment that was supposed to be addressed on some papers. That one I'm saying on a very light note. Now, I'm a man of the street and I believe in street action and I believe in street justice. And like I said kitambo, I'm Ras General. And mimi nitaichukulia tu pale kwa because for myself, I have already suspended the constitution. What I came to realize, Ruto is not a believer of the constitution. As we continue to massage, it's not massaging is not bad. Kila mtu acheze role yake. Wale wenye wana petition, let us petition. Wale wenye wanataka kotini, to do kotini. Sisi our main part area yetu itakuwa wakati wa maandamano. That's the time that we will come in. When I say we, I mean we will be many, of course. Let the agents go and report. And emerging Kenyans, we are dealing with a very scandalous foreign entity coming into the country in form of doing business. There is no business that is being done in Kenya. In fact, pesa yetu inakuja kutolewa kwa mfuko, msee anakuibia. And I would want to take you sometimes back. There is a quote. When the missionaries arrived in Africa, they found us with the land. And the missionaries, the only thing they were carrying was the Bible. What the missionaries did to us, they taught us how to pray with our eyes closed. But when we opened them, they already had the land and we had the Bible. So that one, digest yourself. This is exactly what Zakayo is doing. This is exactly what Zakayo is doing. Yeah? Hata sahi unaona anajaribu kuwa kingpin wa Africa. Kingpin. And that unfortunately, aliconvert Raila
Raila sasa ana believe in Zakayo. So we are in deeper shits. So if it is taxes and our revenue that we were losing to these guys, believe me, tutaipoteza in double, in triple. Those billions triple. So you need to be more angry. I was also looking at the committee, the transport, a very wonderful page. The transport, the committee that is supposed to have even summoned these the architectures of these deals. So with this uproar, these individuals wangekuwa hata wamesummon these guys. But who are the individuals making up the transport committee? If I can go and check those individuals, you will be very surprised as Kenyans, yeah? There's a chairperson, this is Honorable Kariuki George Macharia, that's I think is the DMP. Vice chairperson ni Dismas Wekesa Barasa. I don't have to explain about Barasa and integrity. In the committee, there is Honorable Jihan Zahir. That one, you know him with gold and gold scandals za huku Kenya now. There are so many individuals here. Dawood. There is also Honorable Arama Samuel. All these guys. There is Honorable Naika Johnson Sijui Manya. I remember Naika is involved in Mumias. I schooled in Mumias. And there was something called Mumias Outgrowers. These are the individuals that brought down the Mumias company and the Outgrowers.
Ni mimi ama ni kila mtu?
I think we lost him.
Sijui sasa yako ni kama imeishia hapo.
So I'll do I think I had his first question. He asked, to catch everybody up basically what we did this morning. If you guys don't know, we've been here for a whole how many hours now? I've been lost track of time. But what we did was we went through, if you look on the Jumbotron, there's a pinned tweet there from Wanyama Wafula, one of the co-hosts of Sauti ya Mwananchi, and it's the documents that we're looking at. We went through the one that's called privately initiated something. And then there's also this 450 something page document called the feasibility report, and it has literally all the details you need really. Then you said something about Q&A. Me, I wasn't there for the Q&A, but we appreciate experts that come on this space because a lot of us don't know some of these things. So I can never take away from the fact that we have somebody that's knowledgeable in that field, because we're also here to learn at the same time. But Rasji, I think you cut off for a second, so just carry on with whatever you're saying, please.
I don't know what is happening with me. And nimekuwa ka psycho. You know, psycho is being followed hapa na hapa. Amenyang'anywa account. Anyway, let us continue doing the civic education. Now, I want to finish because I heard so much, but let me just finish. You have realized about our union leaders. Union leaders. Let me speak specifically to union leaders. Ni kama hatuna leaders. The other day, the JKIA workers were up in arms. Wananini, kidogo, we are getting reports. Some of them have been compromised. And that is exactly what is happening in the country. Teachers, doctors, and it has also, with union leaders, it has also to start kutoka huko juu. Francis Atwoli has set a very bad example in this country. And also his time, just like William Ruto, is up. So hawa watu wenye wako huku mbele atijua wanatutetea. I don't think if we have that's why I'm saying the whole country needs a reset. We need to go to reset mood. Those people who are playing their part, their legal areas, wacha wa play. Wale wenye wana play in a petition, let them play. For us, who will be in the street? Because Mimi, I'm a believer that there is nowhere else we will achieve it big like the streets. That is where our victory lies. That is where William Ruto listens. That is where Adani will exit. That is where the world will know what we are talking about. William Ruto, the person we are dealing with today, is not afraid of negative publicity. William Ruto is not afraid of public negativity. William Ruto alijua alishinda election akiwa hata ICC. So you cannot tell William Ruto anything about public negativity. The more you paint him negative, the more he uses Itumbi to recruit more useless bloggers wenye wanakuja ku water down our gains. So as we focus on public, it's good we can trend these hashtags, we can do everything. But my main plea, nataka kusikia ni nani tutasaidiana kuleta maji hiyo siku mmoja wetu amepigwa na tear gas. Who are these people who will be handling the injured? Because mimi najua hiyo siku najua hiyo siku watakuwa wamejihami, watakuwa wamekuja na this is a deal that they will even use all the police. Not all police are bad. I've said before, not all police are bad. Our servicemen are not bad, but they have only handpicked a few who are ready to be given some hoods and some masks, kujificha, so that they can come and kill us in the street. The only message we can tell them, we are ready for you. As you get prepared, we are also getting prepared. Unaelewa? Tutakufa tukidefend airport. I'm appealing to our medics. I'm appealing to those people who the way we started. Kuna wenye walikuwa napeana chakula, kuna wenye walikuwa natuunga mkono. Unaelewa? Wacha hawa wazazi wetu. I know parents have been fed a very negative message by Zakayo regime ati watoto wameharibika. I heard that from the village, and it's good. Morara is retreating back to educate our parents. Hakuna mtoto ameharibika. Ni vile sasa inchi mahali imefika, lazima kila mtu aipiganie. I still insist we can raise generals here who are ready for the battle. We have generals like wakina KOT wa hapa kwa space. Let everybody become a general in his area of expert. Mimi niko huko, nitakuwa pale Embakasi. Wacha hata wasikie, niko Embakasi. It's good my mbunge Babu Owino has not fully backed this regime. So it's not like I listen to Babu Owino. If he decides to join the government, fine and good. But we, the people, and the small people, the big people, wenye tuna believe in the rule of law, justice, tutakufa huko tukidefend hiyo airport. There is a lot of money in this deal. Remember, watamuaga kila mtu. But the moment we continue buying fear, the moment we continue allowing conversation on these spaces ya kutu discourage, because there are people who unakaa mtu anakuambia hapana, let us not revisit the failures that we made huko nyuma. Let us focus with the goal. Our main goal is rescuing our airport. That is the goal. Mtu asikuje kwa space hapa kutuambia tie we were leaders. Yes, I know we need leaders na hizo vitu zote. Those ones we can do. Let us cross the bridge kwanza. Manielewa? Let us do these other things kama tusha achieve. And that's why I was insisting. Let us incorporate the enemies of these governments. Where can somebody go and find wakina Wanjigi? Wakina Wanjigi wanajua siri za hawa watu. Watakuja watulete, tukuje tutoe huyu jamaa. Sahi yako huko China na Rao. I've just listened to a speech by William Ruto right now, the one that he has made in China. There is somewhere anasema, anaambia wa Chinese, you know, I was in my village, in another village in Kenya, and then the people told me they want an airstrip here. I asked them, why do you want an airstrip here? Actually, we want an airstrip so that we can fly to China, just to make the Chinese laugh and give him money. Unaona huyu jamaa vile anatutumia? You can go and search for that speech he made. So we're having a very cunning president, a president that does not believe in the rule of law. So tukiendelea kummassage, let us not use the massage tactics. Let us not continue to be soft. There are soft areas that you can deal with Ruto, but also there are jungle ways of dealing with this administration. And I'm for the jungle area of dealing with the administration. Na mimi on my part, Sitaki kushinda nimepromise vitu zingine. The people who we decided we are going to lay our lives, but at the end of the day, our children and our future children and future generation can have a country to be proud of. Because at the moment, there is nothing to be proud of. Thank you so much for this platform, and continue being encouraged and continue raising the flag up.
Asante sana Razji. Finally umemaliza bila interruption from your internet. Okay. Nothing K, alafu nitakuja kwako Carnot Clark. Nothing K, mambo.
Hello everyone. I would like to send my condolences to our comrades and also the people who perished in the. I wanted to chip in on. I was enjoying the conversation, but I hope we get Bashir back because he highlighted some of the points I wanted to make, like international money laundering. Actually, they use mainstream media to make you believe that some things are wrong, but that's essentially what they do, like money laundering. Now, after listening to Wakili Nelson, my suggestion, and I may be wrong, is it possible we raise funds and find a lawyer who's specialized in, say, airline laws, who can probably guide us on which way forward? Because what he's saying that the international court might not be of great help. However, there's no harm trying. And also going on the other end of India, there was a suggestion by Kina Anthony and I think Kenyan lady that we should boycott Kenya Airways. I don't think that will be fruitful for a simple reason that that's a very huge market. I was listening to Emirates Airline saying that they actually formed the airline to serve strictly India, and they have so many flights in and out. And even if you look at how many Kenyans fly Kenya Airways, the numbers are not that big. Because if you remember some times ago, Michael Joseph and the other guy, I forget his name, I'll recall and get back. These guys were being used by KLM to sabotage Kenya Airways. And even this profit they have posted, as soon as Wakili Amenya shared the dossier of what was going on, in fact, somebody said, you will see for the first time that they are going to allege that KQ made profit, which we know for sure I did not make profit. I don't know why he chose to take this direction because JKI was not making losses. And I remember when there was, I think, a fire during the previous regime, Sakaja raised an issue that KAA had a lot of money, and he was asking whether that, and this revenue was coming from the parking. Apparently, this kitty had not been touched for quite a period, and it was shut down because the power that be said that there was no law allowing them to use that particular kitty for the renovation of the fire damage. Now, back to what they were discussing earlier about writing to other airline. Yes, that will be effective. Why? I watched when I was following up in 2020 about the Brexit. Airlines were discussing that one of the way UK was going to lose revenue is something like Ryanair was going to move base out of UK, because that way they get to pay only two licenses. And licenses, I mean, like landing rights, you have to get a license for it, and then the parking fee, and then there's security. There are a couple of others I forget. So in that particular case, they were saying if they stay within the EU border, they will only have to pay two. But if they choose to stay in UK, they were going to pay 22 other licenses. So yeah, it's prudent to write to these other airlines. However, it may not be extremely effective, but still it's a step in the right direction. Now, on this Adani deal, I'd wish for was it Bashir to come back and explain, because I've been looking at how international companies, the West and the US, make money. Their source of revenue is number one, drugs. Then there's this evil taxation in Africa, exploiting of our resources and things like that. So because they are beneficiaries of what is happening in Kenya, they may turn a blind eye. However, if we get an influential lawyer for the fact that he can actually take them to task and basically try to bring down big political names, that might be useful. But yes, I'm of the opinion that we need to exploit all available avenues, because this is a big deal. We can't just let it go. And even what he's saying about them trying to get the land title, I don't think it's for purposes of getting the loan like he alleged. I think this thing has been transferred. They're just doing the paperwork, but whatever deal they struck, they figured out how they wanted to go about it. It's just that the level of recklessness got us here. But we can argue on the point of the PPP. Public participation was not involved, and then the fact that JKIA is a national asset, even if it was loss making, it will still be grounds to insist that this is part of our identity as a heritage. Because when you look at when you're looking for flights, there's that listing. So when you put just JKIA, they exactly know that is Nairobi. So you can't take such hallmarks away from it because you want to do a deal. There's land for extension if we wanted to actually build a substantial airline. So even this hogwash of international hotel, they're still apex of money laundering and what is it called, intelligence collection, and a lot of money goes back to their country, which in economic terms, I think they call it leakage, because money is made in the host country, but the host country does not get to benefit. I think we should still allow as many people to make their contribution. Maybe someone somewhere might give us the turnkey on how to address this issue, but it's a grave issue and it's deeply, deeply troubling. And I salute you guys for doing this 24 hours. And maybe Wakili can advise us: is it okay for to scout for a lawyer specializing in this? And if so, can we raise funds? Can you find out what the consultation fee would be? And then we can raise funds towards that, because we have to attack it from all possible angles. I yield the mic and I'm grateful.
Yeah, sorry guys, my my network went bad. It's Bashir, I'm back. Can I speak, please? Can I continue? I had a network issue.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
sure.
Bashir.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry, I was listening into the lady. I wanted to explain something to her. First of all, my background in what I do is I'm a banker and finance for the last 15 years. But before I go to that, what I know about finance and about the deal, let me respond to the lady, what she just said. JKIA is not a loss-making entity. I think there are many students of finance and economics better than me who will tell you that great economies in the world develop through state-owned enterprises, or what they call parastatals. China, Exim Bank, or the banks in China, and all these people who are coming to do projects, these are state-owned entities. Even let me give you another example. I was recently studying another history, and pre-apartheid South Africa, meaning the South Africa, when they got independence from the British in around the 1950s, up until when apartheid ended in 1994, when it was in the hands of those white people in Southern Africa, big companies like Transnet and Eskom, that even ABSA, which is a bank from South Africa, even Standard Bank, these were at one point, especially for Transnet and Eskom, they were state-owned corporations, and they literally helped to build the wealth of those Afrikaners or white people. So if you look at history, if you look at postmodern history in the last maybe 100, 150 years, um, countries make great strides once they invest in their state-owned corporation. The problem we have in Kenya is a culture of impunity and corruption. JKIA, there were people who are older than me who can remember that in the 80s and 90s, Kenya Airways, first of all, I would say the whole aviation industry in Kenya, from Kenya Aviation Authority, from JKIA to KQ, they are all corrupt. And the reason for that is kuna kitu tunasemanga kama vijana wana gatekeep sana. They don't allow new people to break into that field. And there's also a reason for that. They have this scarcity mentality because we are not allowing, Kenya is not a country, a merit-based society whereby we look down on our most talented people. KQ used to be, there's a reason why it's called the Pride of Africa. It used to be top, in the 80s and 90s before it collapsed for some reason. And if you go back to your recent news for the past few years, you hear every year KQ has made a loss. The parliament has passed 50 billion to bail it out, 10 billion to bail it out. There's that aspect of making KQ fail so that it KLM and Air France and British Airways can dominate this space. Remember, these guys are vulture capitalists. For them, at the end of the day, it's about the balance sheet and their business. So they are not interested in seeing an African brand succeed. So there's that aspect, but there's also an aspect of they are working with local crooked politicians. And I must say this about our politicians, that we give them too much credit. They are very dumb people. Like, sorry to say, they are those extremely smart people, but they are very few. The bulk of them, William Ruto he's shrewd, he's cunning, he's a liar. There's nothing brilliant about him, if I may say so. Politicians are dumb. I've dealt with a few of them in the banks, and the only reason is that we are, as a society, we have been held captive by tribalism and many other isms that I don't want to mention. But we have we have shied away from the political process because we see it as dirty. Hiyo ni wakora, no person of integrity or who values their name and who values integrity and respectability will go there. That's why I like this conversation of Morara Kebaso inviting other people to come to, to the political space, and we have to occupy it. But going back to what the lady said, JKIA is not a loss-making entity. I'm sure if we bring in somebody there who can clean it up, KQ, I can assure you, we had a head start. I don't know if we can recover it right now because Rwanda is positioning itself to to take over the market of the either cargo or airlines from Kenya, because Kenya is an ideal destination because of our central position, and we have many other good things going for us. But remember, most of West Africa, they transit through either Ethiopia or Nairobi when they're going to Dubai or to Asia. So we have deliberately in the last, that's why I say the worst thing that has happened to this country from 2013 until today is these two gentlemen, Uhuruto. For some reason, many people would say they rigged themselves in, but we chose to elect people who had crimes against humanity at the ICC. And I remember, I don't know if you remember this, but there was an ambassador at that time in 2013 who said choices have consequences. And because of choices that we made about 10, 15 years ago, they're haunting us until today. But we shouldn't point fingers at each other. It is what it is. But JKIA can be salvaged. What the lady said, it is a loss-making entity. First of all, it's a security installation. It cannot be handed over to foreigners. And even if, let's say, a private business was coming to upgrade it, it should be in like a genuine PPIP, public-private investment partnership. You understand? Whereby the elements of security still remain with us, and some of the service delivery we can see how we can cooperate with an outside company. But like I said, Adani is the worst of the worst. If somebody can just you don't even need to go and read voluminous documents, just go and Google on YouTube, you can get a documentary about last year, I think, I don't know, maybe Nelson, you can correct me. There was an issue between Adani and a group, a short seller group in Wall Street. It was called the Hindenburg Group, where they basically exposed that Adani, they claim to do business, energy, airports, but these guys are just money launderers because their stock is overstated. It's not backed by genuine, business. Not that they are not doing business, but their business is like a mirage. It's like an aesthetic. Kazi yao tu ni kuoshea tu corrupt politicians from Asia and Africa pesa. And right now, the money laundering capital. That's why I was a bit skeptical about going that way of International Court of Arbitration. But we should try it. But coming back to the point where I said that 1MDB, we need to study that precedent, that case that happened with Malaysia, and get lessons from there. We need to also study what happened with the Mozambique, with the tuna bonds. There's also a little known country in West Africa called Guinea. There's usually Guinea and Guinea-Bissau. This one would be Guinea, I think Guinea Conakry. They had an issue with the IMF and World Bank a few years ago, which they settled chini ya maji. There was somebody who tried to embezzle $1 billion from them, although it was due to corrupt officials giving access to their central bank accounts, and which is a whole issue. But if we get lawyers and banking and financial experts to sit down, we can learn from this precedents around Africa and around the world, and we can approach it legally, we can approach it financially. At the end of the day, we live in a global society. It's a global village. It's online, and institutions or even organizations and governments that are associated with the William Ruto regime, they don't want negative PR. In as much as him, he's a shameless individual who doesn't care about negative PR. Those other people, it affects their bottom line, and they want to have that veneer or that your outlook ya kukaa mzuri, that respectability. Although these are just colonialists at the end of the day. I think we need to study that. We need to go the legal way. Somebody needs to go to do submissions to the government of India. We need to be very careful because Adani is a very corrupt group. They have also captured the parts of the Indian government. Remember, Gautam Adani, the patriarch of Adani Group, is very, very good friends with Narendra Modi. They come from the same region, Gujarat. I think he even funds his campaigns. So the people who need to go there need to have security. So there's that Indian submission. I think Nelson and our Kenyan brothers and sisters in the diaspora in Europe can form maybe a group, and maybe one of them can go to London, the International Court of Arbitration, and submit a complaint there. Somebody can also go to the ICC. So at the end of the day, it's business for them. These are capitalists. At the end of the day, it will be a cost benefit kind of a situation. They will do cost benefit analysis, and they will see, is it worth it, and all the pushback we are getting for this JKIA airport. Look, vile Rasji alisema they will deal with Ruto and Kositani and Murkomen because they have already paid the bribe. Watasotiana vile watasotiana, it doesn't concern us. As our main aim is to safeguard our sovereignty and our national asset. So my suggestion would be humbly that the Kenyans in Europe would go to the ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, and to the International Court of Arbitration. We can try that route. Then another group can go to the Indian government. Then the third group can work locally here. And I know we don't have much hope with our local judiciary. Today I was even reading somewhere that somebody leaked that even the Chief Justice might not be as qualified as we think. She's there by virtue of political expediency. She's been rewarded by Ruto